Dick was going to call in. Hasn't called in yet. All right, we'll bring this final meeting of the Act 250 Next 50 Years Commission meeting to order. Welcome, everyone. Staying till the bitter end. Many of you have been through all of this with us. Thank you for your perseverance. Ellen will walk us through, at the last meeting, we actually approved a draft pending the changes that we had made at the last meeting. So we'll focus today's discussion of the report on those requested changes. Okay, great. All right. Yeah, if you pull it back, sure. Sure. I mean, these guys can come. It may need to be rearranged for sure. And they come. Here? Oh my God. All right, Ellen.
Hey.
Walk us through.
Ellen Tchaikovsky, Office of Legislative Counsel, draft date 1/2/19. So the start of the changes is on page 1. We added the conclusions of the commission and the recommendations. So the conclusions pretty much summarize the section of changes in Vermont since 1970. Do you want me to walk through? You want me to read through them, or you want to?
Sure. I guess, or well, actually, let's go through them in their places.
Sure. Okay. I did notice that they're under the recommendation section. I missed at least one, so I'll need to add it. But it's because I was doing a search for all recommendations through the document, so I missed raising the per diem amount. So I'll add that to the list.
Okay,
it is in the substance of the report, just not in this list.
Okay. All right.
So we'll need to add that. The next change is on page 6. We added a statement from the commission that I wanted to make sure was clear. On page 6, the decision on the selected proposal was not unanimous.
That's Paul's comment.
No, that's Dick's.
Oh, Dick's.
This is commission process. Yeah, or I think it was only one person.
Yeah.
Say one person didn't.
He's protecting that position
He
all the way
is.
through
He
to the
is.
end.
Yeah.
He's mentioned it several times.
Yes.
All right. The next change is on page 11. So this was a request from A&R to add.
I'm sorry, page 11 or page 7? So this bit here is just.
That's just a
Just the
hyperlink.
okay.
Do you would you prefer if it's
Nope,
in
nope,
the
nope,
in
that's
black ink?
Nope.
No, because when in the final that'll be the blue and
Yeah.
it won't stand out. But I do have a question about the colors, red and blue.
Yeah.
Sure.
Who's who for?
Does that matter?
No,
Well, it does,
just matter. The
actually,
source
I
of it
think,
matters
yeah.
to me.
Sure. So red was. So Aaron and I were switching back and forth between red and blue. I was initially blue, and he was red, and then it switched at some point. So I actually can't tell anymore.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay, so
I just didn't know
okay.
because
We were editing it simultaneously.
that's fine. They're both legislative.
They are both
They're both-
legislative
okay.
council. Yes.
Right.
Because originally I was blue, but I wrote this section. So page 11 was a request by A&R to add language reflecting the changes in the federal permitting scheme, and I wanted to make sure that accurately reflected.
That request came in our last meeting?
It did. Yep, so this section is the changes since 1970. So environmental regulation and permitting has changed since Act 250 was first enacted. Major federal environmental permit programs like the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act, CERCLA, went into effect after Act 250. Act 250 was the primary environmental protection law during the early 1970s. Since then, both the federal and state permitting processes have expanded dramatically. So that was taken from, I took that from some of their early testimony. Okay.
I wasn't sure about the word dramatically.
Sure.
Dramatically significant.
Or just have expanded?
Have expanded.
Have expanded, right.
Stephen King. Get rid of the adverbs.
All right, the next change is on page 13. So this is the role of land use planning and coordination. We added a bullet saying the Natural Resources Board or its successor should work with the other state agencies to create a predictable timetable for the permitting process. Applicants must receive multiple permits when seeking an Act 250 permit, and having a consistent timetable for all permits needed would make the Act 250 permitting process more predictable. This same recommendation does appear under other sections. I think it appears 3 times, but this, I think we felt that it fit under this section as well.
Okay.
Okay. The next change is on page 16. The commission decided not to recommend a separate working group on climate change. So that language has been struck. And then on the next page, there is the commission decided to change the climate change sub-criterion from net zero to establish a hierarchy of avoiding, minimizing, and mitigating greenhouse gas emissions. So this is for the air pollution criterion. This would be the change to that. So the addition goes on to say the applicant would first seek to avoid greenhouse gas emissions from the project. To the extent avoiding them is not feasible, they would be minimized. If it is not feasible to avoid or minimize the greenhouse gas emissions, mitigation would be required.
I mean, the question of feasibility, I think, is just,
Still out there.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's the definition, but yeah, it's a recommendation.
Mhm.
That will occur in the rulemaking process.
Right.
Hi, sorry to be late. Is there any, I think in other places in statutes, we refer to emissions goals and standards we're trying to achieve, and I didn't know if it made sense to cross-reference any of that. To the extent there's going to be rules, they ought to comply with.
They ought to be consistent.
Yeah. I don't know, that was the thought I had since we were together, but I don't know if we're trying not to think new thoughts, I'm assuming, but.
We are trying not to think new thoughts. Nobody think a new thought. Unless you have a silver bullet. Yeah. So you're talking about other existing rules or statutes?
Yeah, I mean, we have greenhouse gas reduction targets that are in law already. Seems to be that
Right.
we could just say, you know, consistent with BSA, blah, 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 something like that. I don't know.
But those are just our aspiring, right? Those are the ones that we're aspiring to. There's nothing in, is there anything that really holds us hard and fast to that? I know we talked about it in committee a couple of weeks ago about putting those goals into statute. They're aspirational, correct? Or are there some that are not aspirational?
In terms of
I'm just thinking the 90 by 50 kind of thing.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I think they're aspirational.
Okay.
Well, some of them, 9 by 50 is the energy plan, but don't we do have greenhouse gas reduction targets in statute. We're not meeting them necessarily, but we definitely have them in law.
Do any of our A&R partners know more about this?
I'd have to think more about it.
Sounds like
There's definitely generation targets, as Senator Pearson suggested. I'm not sure about overall targets in statute.
let's let that one lie for now.
So further down on page 17, the second recommendation of climate change criterion change. Because climate change increases the risk of major flood events in Vermont, the Commission recommends updating Act 250's floodways criterion. so that it applies to flood hazard areas and river corridors. So this paragraph was changed because there was some confusion over the phrase "better align." So the language here hopefully makes it a little more clear. In response to the actualization of this climate change risk through recent events such as Tropical Storm Irene, ANR's work on flood readiness has focused not only on flood hazard areas but also on river corridors, including particularly the issue of fluvial erosion events in those corridors. The Commission proposes that Act 250's definitions of flood hazard area and river corridor be identical to those that govern ANR's work, and that the revised criterion specifically address fluvial erosion.
Okay.
All right, and then at the bottom of that page, some stakeholders have recommended a further study committee that might result in additional suggested changes to Act 250 with respect to climate change. The Commission recommends that the standing committees of jurisdiction review other Act 250 criteria that might be updated to address climate change and would consider further amendments. The Commission does not recommend a further study committee.
And I guess I have a question. Do we want? I feel like we're not recommending one, but I don't want it to seem like we'd be against it.
So the last sentence on the next page maybe clarifies a little bit.
Okay.
Climate change is
We're not postponing. I mean, we believe it's here. We don't want to put. I mean, there's nothing else really to study.
Sure, that's why the standing committees of jurisdiction could choose to further look at the criteria, but you have recommended 3 specific criteria changes to address climate change.
What if we just finished it after consider further amendments? So folks have recommended a study. We think the committee should look into it and consider further amendments.
Yeah.
That sort of is a study, and it's not a study committee. Right?
Yeah.
That's good.
Okay.
So from the commission does not recommend strike out.
And the next sentence. The whole,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
I
The
agree.
whole from that
Okay. The next change is on page 23. This was some clarifying language in relation to the change of undeveloped woodland parcels. So clarifying that the farmland parcels were changed to public ownership or development. This was the VNRC's data.
Disruption.
It's okay.
This could be all right. Sorry, yeah.
So available data show that there was a loss of acreage, approximately 15% of undeveloped woodland parcels, of its farmland parcels to public ownership or development. I think there was just some concern last time that it was unclear where the parcels went. So.
We lost.
Yeah.
They went to New Hampshire.
We talked about it.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, hello, is that Dick?
Yes, hi.
Hi. We're on. We're
Coming on.
say that again.
Yeah, I apologize for signing on late, calling it late.
All right, we're glad you're with us. We are working our way through the changes in the report, and we are currently on page 24.
Okay.
All right. So this sentence was just edited a bit for clarity. The Commission recommends a multi-tiered approach to changes to Act 250 jurisdiction that encourages the settlement goals.
Yeah, I like that one.
All right, page 26. This is again, for clarity, not substance. Placing the burden on a concerned party is unfair because the applicant has control over the property and understands the nature of the proposed project. Mapping and data related to significant wildlife habitat has improved and is readily available to applicants through online A&R mapping tools. All right, page 29. This is the addition of Representative LaFave.
Could I just verify?
Sure.
Those mapping tools, A&R, are you referring to the atlas?
I assume that's what they're referring to, yes.
Right, and if that's the case, then this is fine. If you have to go into the A&R website and find a map, this is not fine.
This was not, I didn't make this last, so I don't know what the outcome was. I assume
Then
we're talking
could
about
we
that.
reference the A&R atlas
Yes, sure.
and the expected location for this information? Thank you.
So at the bottom of page 29, member of the commission, Representative Paul LaFave, disagrees with the above discussion and objects to the commission's recommendation under this section. This is the discussion on the forest products processing industry.
Yes.
Okay. The next change is on page 33.
Excuse me.
Oh, sure.
This is inconsistent with the way we dealt with a member objection in the previous part of this
Yeah.
report, which was to note that it was not unanimous.
It's
The
true, but
minutes probably reflect your objection, if you want to reference them.
The chair asked if I wanted to put my name on the objection, which is true. That's why it's there.
All I'm saying is it's not consistent. And if that's okay with
I
members.
think it's okay because there was a reason.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. So on page 33, this again was for clarity. When a project has received an Act 250 permit, the Act 250 rules require a permit amendment for a material change because generally jurisdiction is permanent once it attaches. See further discussion above or below. And the term material change is defined as the following. On the next page, on page 34, so this is when we start talking about the multi-tiered jurisdiction proposal, and there was, this again was for clarity to clarify that Act 250's jurisdiction would be increased by lowering the existing jurisdictional thresholds. So there was concern there that if we just left it as lowering thresholds, it would be unclear that it was increasing jurisdiction.
Yep.
And this tier would include protection of these areas even if they are located within existing settlements. Okay. The next change is on page 40. So we're now in the exemptions section, and this is the discussion of the exemption related to electric generation. The Commission spent considerable time on this issue and discussed many possible recommendation options, but there was no consensus. Energy generation facilities are development as understood under Act 250, and in the last 50 years there have been changes in the way energy is generated. Therefore, the Commission believes that the permitting process needs to be further discussed and evaluated.
Is everybody kind of unhappy? Is that what we're all here?
Am I right?
Kind
Yeah.
of how we were in the discussions of it.
I did try to capture what was
Yeah,
said
no,
at that time.
I'm not sure we can do better than that.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, on the next page, the discussion of the exemption for pre-existing developments and subdivisions, gravel pits, and I added quarries. So there's a substantial issue with respect to pre-existing gravel pits and quarries. And then, so it's added in that paragraph, and therefore the commission recommends that such baselines are established. So this is about establishing baselines for those gravel pits and quarries. Yeah. On the next page, page 42, this is the exemption for slate quarries. The commission has a number of recommendations in regard to slate quarries. The commission recommends that the registered slate quarries be required to give notice of their operations to neighboring property owners. The commission also recommends that the registered slate quarries be added to the A&R Natural Resources Atlas so that the location of quarries can be easily discovered online. The commission recommends that the exemption for slate quarries be repealed. The exemption should be phased out over a number of years so that the quarries have time to obtain Act 250 permits. Further, the commission recommends that the provision that allows quarries to be held in reserve without being considered abandoned be repealed. Okay. On the next page, page 43, so we're now in the working lands exemption. So the commission recommends repealing the exemption for farming, logging, and forestry below 2,500 feet when these occur in areas that have been designated as critical resource areas. To implement this recommendation, the definition of construction of improvements should be amended so that it only includes the construction of permanent structures in regard to these working lands activities. This recommendation is intended to protect critical resource areas and improve water quality while still supporting working lands. Okay, so further down on page 44, there's just some clarifying of this paragraph about the recommendation from the Agency of Agriculture, Food, and Markets. So there's no substance added here. It just moved one sentence and added, therefore the commission does not recommend adopting the proposal from the agency.
More and more Vermont farms. Just seems like I don't love that sentence. I think it was maybe trying to capture something from you, Senator Pearson. Just noting that they're changing in order to support themselves, but many Vermont farms are seeking to diversify.
Sure. Okay, the next change is on page 47. So we're in the section about ridgelines. Small change for clarity. The state has long had a policy of protecting its ridgelines. And then further down on the page, however, as discussed in section 4B, the commission could not reach a consensus on this issue, particularly in regards to siting energy generation projects. So there is no recommendation in this section. Okay, the next change is on page 49. This is in the section about release from jurisdiction. This is the proposal under which release from jurisdiction could occur, and we struck the requirement that the municipality has permanent zoning bylaws. On page 52,
What are we doing there?
Under release from jurisdiction,
Yeah. each municipality in which the land is located has adopted permanent zoning and subdivision bylaws. Why are we dropping that?
There was a fairly long discussion. This is the list of requirements when someone could ask to be released from the requirement of having an Act 250 permit. So,
Those things have changed over time?
yes.
Okay.
We wanted to have it be available to everyone, not just folks in the bigger towns.
Yeah, if there's a legitimate reason for doing it. Okay, I got that. Yeah, forgive me if I just ask for something that's already been well established. I just had this, I've been more or less out of it for the last 2.5 weeks with surgery, so I'm sort of just now trying to get brought back up to speed.
No problem.
Thank you for
Yeah, and whatever question you have, Dick.
All right, so this is the recreational trails section. So just some clarifying language. The working group submitted the results of a survey on or about October 1st. That indicated it was not the group's final report, and the group would continue to work together during the fall of 2018. And then I changed further down options to concepts. All right, on page 54. Oh. On page 54, this incorporates the statistical analysis from JFO. I made very minor edits to it. It's pretty much mostly the exact substance of what Dan presented at the last meeting on the statistical analysis. So,
Do folks want Ellen to read through this, or everyone read it very thoroughly last night?
I thought we were
Yeah.
gonna leave out adverbs.
Are there too many in there?
Thoroughly. No.
Mine,
You're,
yeah. Everyone read it last night.
all right, and then the figures are there as well as the recommendations from JFO. All right, so then the next change is on page 62. First, we strengthen the language about per diems. The Commission recommends that the General Assembly increase the per diem paid to district commissioners. Down further on that page, in this paragraph is discussing a pre-application engagement process. So we wanted to add further, there are aspects of a project that parties do not have the right to bargain away during informal meetings, such as environmental values. The Commission believes that more details are required before it can fully recommend this process. Okay, and then there is some struck language below because the Commission decided to make a recommendation about the board structure and appeals process. So that recommendation actually starts on page 76. So it just says the Commission recommends below. So we will get to that discussion shortly. On page 67, the planners requested that we add facility maps to this discussion about the local and regional plans. So I added that. And then the word review was a typo, so that was just added. And then at the top of page 68, we changed the language. So they act as a safeguard against agency decisions in case they are flawed. So we struck the rest of that. And then down further on that page, we added some language. As discussed above, the number of Vermont waters that are impaired for one or more pollutants has increased substantially, and despite conscientious, and hard work by A&R staff, the state's efforts to achieve and maintain water quality standards have not reversed that trend. On the next page, the top of 69. The Commission also recommends, as stated in section 4C, that the NRB or its successors work with other state agencies to create a predictable timetable for the permitting process. Page 73. We changed typically to often. When a project subject to Act 250 also requires permits from A&R or local land use authorities, or both, the Environmental Division has authority to, and often does, consolidate hearing the different appeals. I don't remember why that was changed, but. And then another, on page 74, just, I think for clarity, that sentence is broken up so that it says, pre-filed testimony is rarely used in the Environmental Division, although the procedure is available.
I didn't understand that language, but now I get it.
On the next page, 75. The average timeframes are not significantly different from the averages set forth above for the former environmental board. And then page 76 starts on the recommendation for changing the structure of the board. The two options for appeal structure that appear viable to the Commission are: 1, retaining and potentially modifying the current judicial appeal structure, and 2, routing the Act 250 appeals to an administrative board that also has the current functions of the NRB. This board might also hear appeals from A&R. The board could be fully professional or could be semi-professional, meaning a mix of full-time professional members and citizen members.
This is a small point, but the board might also hear appeals from A&R. It's really might hear A&R appeals, like they're not coming from A&R. They're from permits that came through A&R. Does that matter? Is that clear to people?
Sure. No,
Appeals to A&R permits.
appeals to A&R permits. Okay. Alright, and then on 77, there's more discussion of the board. On the other hand, the former Environmental Board was a core component of Act 250 when it was enacted. The board issued decisions that set forth analytical frameworks for addressing the complex issues that shaped growth in Vermont and provided certainty to applicants. These issues included water quality, wildlife habitat, aesthetics, and the growth criteria of the Act. Because it also administered the program, it was able, through its appellate decisions, rules, and guidance, to provide consistent and unified direction to the district commissions, a consistency that has been lost by splitting those functions between the Environmental Division and the Natural Resources Board. Routing appeals to an administrative board that is also charged with supervising the Act 250 program would mean that policy decisions inherent in any appeals are being made by the administrative body charged with those decisions. It would mean that the interpretation of the Act and the rules issued under it are informed by those policy decisions and a practical understanding of the day-to-day administration of the program. It would endow the body with the greater ability to provide direction to the district commissions that was possessed by the former environmental board. After consideration of the testimony, the commission recommends that the Act 250 appeals be heard by an administrative board that also has the existing functions of the NRB. The commission also recommends that this board hear appeals of A&R permit decisions because both sets of programs are state programs with concurrent jurisdiction in several areas, And because appeals from both sets of programs in many cases involve policy decisions that are more appropriately delegated to an administrative board rather than the judicial branch. Further work is needed on the specific composition of this administrative board, such as whether it is a full-time professional board or a semi-professional board that includes some part-time citizen appointees. Under this proposal, the Environmental Division would continue to hear environmental enforcement cases and appeals of local land use decisions. And that is the last of the changes.
I had a minor thing on page 12, I think the plan. The word plan seems to be missing from the second bullet and the third bullet. Capability and development plan.
Yep.
And the same for the third bullet. Minor. Any others that you all caught? Want to comment on?
No, and we've taken a vote on this.
We've taken a vote on it.
Right, so,
Chair Sheldon, could I just offer something? The report mentions a number of times that the number of impaired miles in the state has increased since 2002. That's the basis for a number of your recommendations, and we don't believe that to be accurate. It's looking at units of impairment, and in 2002, the units were larger. Those units have since been parsed to smaller increments of measure. So in fact, the miles of impairment have gone down from about 1,000 in 2002 to about 300 or 400 impaired miles in 2016. So, we can get you that information. This was, something that came in a recent draft of the report, but we don't believe that it's accurate that the impairment has increased over the past 10 years.
Well, I would say it hasn't actually come in a recent draft of the report.
I think it's been around for a while, but
It's fine, I'm just sharing the information.
oh, we would have loved to have heard it earlier. Any thoughts from commission members on that?
Are you stipulating that we're talking about water? Can you orient me to a page?
Yeah, I was trying to find the page. Where
page 2.
In front.
Page 2, right off the top.
So, is your testimony that our impaired waters, that our water quality is improving in that period?
Yeah, feel free to go for it.
Neil Cameron, Hall, Supervisor DC. Good morning, Senator Pearson. Just to clarify, the statement itself is not inaccurate. However, it may not be a complete representation of how the state assesses compliance with the Clean Water Act. And so the count of impaired waters may be larger, but the number of river miles that are actually considered to be not meeting the goals of the Clean Water Act are smaller. And we document that through the biennial reporting that the agency does to EPA for the Clean Water Act. It's called the 305B report. Can certainly get you that information. It's information only at this point, since this is the end game of your report drafting.
Well, so the gist of more impairment is accurate.
I actually would disagree. The agency is better at more finely identifying segments of river or segments of lake that are impaired due to a particular pollutant in a particular space, location. However, if you add up the total miles of impairment in rivers, they've gone down over time.
Because of better data or less reporting, or, because I know for a long time there was under-resourced. We had a lot of rivers that were impaired. We didn't have the capacity to assess them.
If a river's not assessed, it would not be identified as impaired going all the way back to the early 2000s. It would be identified as unassessed, so it wouldn't be in the count of impaired waters. It's a subtle point.
Well,
That's an important point. Because if they're impaired, but you're not finding the impairment, they're still impaired.
I disagree. If you are not able to look at a surface water and make a measurement, you can't make a determination one way or another that it's impaired. So, but what I am saying is that the documented number of miles of impaired water over time, going back to the 2002 report that the agency provided, all the way up to the 2016 report that the agency provided, that number of river miles has shrunk considerably.
And that's fine. I mean,
Yeah.
But it doesn't say miles.
No, it says count of number of waters, number of units.
well, and
So that's
honestly,
why
we
it's-
can put in Lake Champlain if we want to document polluted water in the state of Vermont. I'm not worried about justifying our findings in here, so I think we'll do that.
But-
I don't know where that number of reach units came from, but
I mean,
Reference on page 11 also.
yeah.
the, I think we should take care to be as accurate as we can be, because this is sort of central, and actually I don't think the premise is in dispute. Maybe the way we are articulating it is in dispute, but it seems to undermine it to have the agency have some basis to come in and say, well, it's actually not that bad. I mean, I don't think they're actually saying that at some level, so I'd love us to figure out how we can say this in a way that is going to be undermining testimony after the first review.
I agree. I think that we can do that.
It would be my pleasure to provide to the committee the underlying information that's substantiating what I'm telling you right now. I'm not able to do it right away. Obviously, if the legislative language gets taken up, it can be addressed in there.
You got about 15 minutes.
Okay.
And I will say,
And I'm serious. This thing is going to be published after today.
well, and also on page 11, the second bullet, it says the overall miles. So that data point comes from, comes from DEC Water Quality Assessment Report in the footnote. So I guess I'm a little confused.
Somebody Neil, can you clarify that?
I can. I'm actually looking at the 2002 report right now, and I'm getting to the table. So just thank you for giving me one moment. Did not mean to hijack the committee's. So table 3-3-1, which occurs on page 3-24 of the 2002 assessment report from Agency of Natural Resources, and I will send a link. Identifies overall designated use for rivers and streams. Non-supporting 213, partially supporting 968. That language, either partial or non-support, would be impaired waters under our current definitions today.
So you're saying in 2002 it was 213 miles.
I'm saying it was 213 plus 968.
So, could we ask Neil and others to come back with, something really specific right after lunch or something around this? I mean, I don't hear you saying we're arguing that our waters are better off than they were, right?
No, I think in some streams there's been some substantial improvements, and we've seen some losses too. It's just I'm happy to provide more precise numbers if the committee would like them, and I can do that for after lunchtime.
That would be great. Sure.
Does that make sense? So, and I think it should be a specific chart. Fix the language on page 11 and page 2 to be something that is accurate and,
Will be
not
supported when they come into
supported.
committee, yeah.
And unless you're saying we're doing better on water quality, also conveys that we are sort of continuing to see a risk here of lack of action or not strong enough action, right? Is that what we're asking
Yeah.
for?
Yeah, I mean, in committee, every time we've had Julie Moore in, the question has been, are we getting better? And the answer is no, we're not getting better. We are taking steps back. So I think it's important to convey that.
Jamie.
Okay, so it's 2 hours, 15.
You need a couple on there.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Couple of quick suggested technical fixes in regards to the reference to the VNRC parcelization research on page 23, you've added, or Ellen's added, of its farmland parcels to public ownership or development. I wouldn't want the reader to be confused. We weren't able to measure whether it was outright developed, meaning all that acreage was converted to development. A more accurate way to maybe describe it would be to say to public ownership or another land classification, such as residential. The information is based on how the listers classify land for property tax purposes. It didn't track whether it was developed, so it'd just be more accurate to say public ownership or another land classification, comma, such as residential.
I don't think you need to say comma, but another.
Or,
land.
yeah, or
Not
another
classified
land
as
classification, right, because I just want people to know it doesn't mean that all the forests were outright lost.
Yeah.
And the same point would go on page 25, under the facts section, second sentence, as stated above, lost 147,000 acres of its undeveloped woodland parcels. You know,
Sorry,
now,
I don't know where you are.
under the facts section, the second sentence. So the area in Vermont covered by forest is declining. And as stated above, between 2004 and 2016, Vermont lost 147 plus thousand acres of its undeveloped woodland parcels. And then I would do the same thing, you know, to public ownership or another land classification such as residential. It's not that the acreage was outright lost. And then in the next sentence, the U.S. Forest Service also reports that Vermont lost 5% of its forest parcels over 100 acres. So that was change in parcel, not outright conversion. The next part of that sentence does get to an estimate of outright conversion, of loss of acreage outright.
Yes, McCormick.
Peg, you sent me a couple of specific things. I think some might have been captured, or did Sharon send them?
I sent them, they're in the bill, the legislative bill, not in the report.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. How's everyone feeling about the report at this point?
Great.
So great.
You say so great.
Okay.
Come on with that.
Come on, you want too much.
Very okay.
All right. Well, we will wait to hear back from Neil after lunch and pick it up from there, I guess, on that.
What time do we reconvene?
We're not taking a break yet, Dick. Yeah. So we're going to keep going and start looking at the draft legislation. And I guess what I would like is the committee's pleasure on how to go about this. We have about 3 more hours that we're scheduled to look at this, and making the best use of our time. I thought it would be helpful to hear from us on the, particularly the points that show options. Are there other, and if there are other areas that you think of now or as we go through that you want to focus our attention on, please just let me know. And otherwise, I'm not
So
sure we have time if you want to start a whole walkthrough.
Oh,
You want to? We can start the walkthrough and see how far we get.
I'd like option one.
Option 1, yeah, okay.
To go to those things that need to be decided.
Yeah,
Let's get, and because if we don't finish that,
yeah, that's what I was thinking.
you know, where's,
Where that comes.
yeah.
Right, okay, good.
That makes sense. So we would be going to the yellow,
I think yes, why don't we start by going to the yellow spots?
Sure. So the first one is on page 6.
Although it may require backing up a little to orient us to what a section we're talking about, but.
Sure. So this bill really, everything is intertwined because the changes really are mostly to the Act 250 statute itself, and so it's throughout. But some of the things are discrete, and I think the highlighted sections at least do have some flags of what this is about. So the first yellow highlighting of things to be considered has to do with the multi-tier jurisdictions. Also, I was discussing with the chair earlier, so some of these are going to be very fine scale specific decisions, and this draft legislation is going to be an appendix to the report. It's not going to automatically be introduced to the House or Senate yet. It could be used as a committee bill. So if some of the details aren't hammered out specifically, it might not be the end of the world, but they will appear in the appendix.
Well, and to be honest, they need to be discussed in committee, I think, in this case, in terms of thresholds in this particular instance. But then there are others that are kind of more strategy options.
Sure, and we could add some disclaimer language either at the start of this bill or in the reference in the report that this is a working draft that needs further discussion, or something along that line. But so on page 6, we're under the definition section in Act 250. So construction of improvements for a commercial or industrial purpose, I'm on line 10. On a tract or tracts of land owned or controlled by a person involving blank acres of land within a rural or working lands area. So this it would be the first reference to the multi-tiered jurisdiction. What is the threshold for a working lands area that will need to be crossed in order to be development, and therefore trigger jurisdiction? So.
Great, let's move on.
Well, there's a question there in terms of what this is going to look like. Are you going to leave 1 acre or change it? Or is rural and working lands area as new language that would be in the draft or proposed draft sufficient to target legislative attention on the issue of 1 acre? And I was going to argue that it is, so that I would leave 1 acre, strike the rest of the language, and rural and working lands, because that's going to focus in, at least the Natural Resources Committee is going to focus in on that paragraph.
Sure. Oh.
I think that's true. Yeah, either way will get us to focus on it. Yeah.
Right, so I think here it was just an initial question of the rural working lands as sort of your middle tier on the tiered. So we have the critical resources that would have the lowest threshold, and then for what would be development. And so rural and working lands under this proposal would have a slightly higher threshold in order to be development. So I wasn't sure if it should be 2 acres, 3 acres, if you wanted to stick to 1 acre. So that was, this is sort of the middle tier, I think, under your discussion of the proposal.
Our notion of tiers is going to be reworked by the legislative process.
Sure.
Yeah. I would leave it, as David suggested, at 1 acre,
Okay.
but I also, in the category of putting good minds to work and thinking about this, I mean, I guess one of the things I keep going back to and thinking about in our overall discussion of what we're trying to accomplish with Act 250 is, and that the concept of the parcel of land size is, it's a placeholder, it's sort of a stand-in for the impacts to the environment, and I think finding another way to assess that and integrate it into our thinking is what we're trying to do here, so that we actually protect resources and in a rational way, right? So I think that you can look at I've thought a lot about the agriculture community's requests. They have big parcels. So they, if they're not, they automatically trigger in some instances based on the size of a parcel. And so I think I want to make this fair, and I want to protect Vermont's environment. And so all of you, while you're getting ready for the session and thinking about Act 250, please put your thoughts into that, and I would love to hear more on it from all of you. Thanks.
Okay. Again, so on the top of page 7, so the construction of improvements for commercial, industrial, or residential use.
Sorry, Matt.
Oh,
You should have it.
Sorry.
yeah, you can't have mine. At or above the elevation of 2,000 feet, or in a critical resource area below that elevation.
And what happens now above 2,500 feet?
It's a trigger.
Triggers
Just
it
an
Triggers
automatic
Act
trigger.
250
Just as
jurisdiction.
there's- okay.
Unless another exemption applies.
Sure,
But yeah.
sure,
Okay, so
okay. But it's any development above, or then you're into the land, 10 acres or 1 acre.
I think it's any development
It's
above
any
2,500 feet.
yeah,
Put a shed.
commercial,
Greg?
industrial, and residential. Oh.
Yeah,
Or Ellen.
currently, the statute exempts or requires a permit for commercial, industrial, or residential, but there are still some categories of development that would be exempt, including, for instance, state or municipal purpose developments. So, the way it's drafted now, the current law does not automatically provide jurisdiction for all types of development above 2,500 feet.
Are there other exemptions that you can give us an example of?
Nothing that's coming to mind right now, but other than the municipal or state projects.
Electric generation.
Sure, they're assuming they need a CPG, they're exempt entirely from Act 250.
What about trails?
So trails that would be considered a municipal or a state project would have the same type of exemption that any other municipal or state project would have with respect to construction above 2,500 feet.
But not otherwise.
Not otherwise.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so further down on page 7, so the potential options that were discussed in regards to energy for facilities are in here. The recommendation in the report is that you did not come to a consensus, so you could go with neither.
Right. How would we,
I could just take them out.
We'd just strike them.
Yeah, I
Right?
think if
I
we-
don't
I
see
think
how we
that-
don't do that.
Right.
On page 9, so this is, we're still in the definition section of Act 250. Subdivision, a tract or tract of lands owned or controlled by a person located outside an area that has received an enhanced designation under 24 VSA Chapter 76A. So we're exempting we're taking subdivisions out of the tier that will be existing settlements that have received the enhanced designation.
Right.
And this is the magic area, downtown designations and things like that.
All full of magic, absolutely.
Or magic. Make it happen.
All right, so on the next page, on page 10,
Well, so there's, where we're saying these are placeholders, is it our goal today to fill in the placeholder?
Not necessarily, no. I don't think so.
Okay.
If you have a suggestion for one, you can hear it, but
But in the draft legislation, I mean, this is what it's going to,
Yeah, so I think, so I didn't draft this bill, as a disclaimer. I think the brackets with the highlighting is to note that the multi-tier jurisdiction is still a evolving proposal, and so this was the best way to incorporate it at this time, and so should it need to be discussed as an individual proposal or lifted out of this larger bill, these are the sections that would be affected by this multi-tiered jurisdictional proposal. So on some of these, I don't think you necessarily need to make a decision, but it is flagging that these are all the sections that would be impacted by a decision to take up a multi-tier proposal.
And this, in a draft, if it did come before a committee, would instigate that conversation.
But, I'm sorry to be dense here, but we're not gonna have notes in the draft
no.
bill, right? Okay.
Well, when you say in a draft bill, as an appendix to this, yes, but not introduced, no.
I see.
Right. I mean,
Sure, yeah, so this will be in an
Okay.
appendix.
yeah,
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
So they can come out now if you'd like, or we can leave them in.
no, I had the
Yeah.
same question, personally, just making certain
I
that in
mean,
the draft bill
yeah.
itself, it's gonna arrive on the committee's desk, it's not gonna have those. This is just gonna be in the appendix for people to reference.
right.
So right now, this bill hasn't been requested to be introduced.
Right.
It could be a committee bill, or it could just live in the appendix.
That's true. We're not charged of introducing a bill.
Right.
That's the draft.
And I think, just remembering, we're trying
Yeah.
to reflect our findings in the report and
Yeah,
this
yeah,
draft
okay,
the best we
all right, that
can
feels good.
today, which is, as I mentioned, our last meeting.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, and so in the report too, we can reflect any disclaimers about the draft legislation if you'd like. Like this draft legislation included in the appendix contains the committee's notes or suggestions, proposals to move forward. We can disclaim some of it if you'd
Yeah.
like.
I mean, a lot of this I see as designed to spark a further conversation.
Exactly. Right. Yeah.
We have some idea that this is an important further conversation.
Did you say conversation or controversy?
Yes, both, I guess, but conversation.
Okay, so on page 10, page 10 is another blank in regards to a number of lots that would trigger. So starting on line 6, a tract or tract of land owned or controlled by a person that the person has partitioned or divided for the purpose of resale into blank number of lots within a contiguous 5 years within a rural or working lands area. So this is what will constitute subdivision in an area that is deemed working or rural lands. And it continues on to page 11 with the same language, but the number owned or controlled by a person located in a critical resource area. So. Okay, so on page 12 is a decision is another decision point about the definition of forest block. So there are two definition options. The first one, forest block means a contiguous area of forest in any stage of succession and not currently developed for non-forest use that is mapped as an interior forest block within the 2016 Interior Forest Block Dataset, created as part of resource mapping under Section 127 of this title. as that data set may be updated pursuant to procedures developed in accordance with this section. A forest block may include recreational trails, wetlands, and other natural features that do not themselves possess tree cover, and improvements constructed for farming, logging, or forestry purposes. And the second option takes out that language about the forest block data set.
And the second option is what the House passed, I believe, in the 233 last session.
I'm not certain.
Remember,
What's-
confirming that.
Can we just point to the ramifications of this decision? What are we saying about forest blocks?
So there is this bill contains the addition of new criteria under 8A, B, and C to protect forest blocks and mitigate if there is development within them.
So it's essentially how we're going to identify them. And the agency has consistently not wanted us to use their data set. And
That's where option 2 passed the House.
Right. But the question remains then, how do you identify them? We did have, in the planning law that passed 2015-16, require as part of town plans, planning for forest blocks and connectivity. So as town plans get updated, presumably the town plans are going to be identifying them. For now, my inclination would be to go with the version that passed the House. Option 2. Any other thoughts on that, or I saw a
agree.
couple nods?
I
Okay.
think that's simple. Straightforward.
I was going to say, I didn't remember
Alright, page 14 then asks about the definition of rural and working lands area. Again, this is part of the multi-tier jurisdiction. So the definition that we came up with was a rural and working lands area means an area that is not in an existing settlement or a critical resource area.
Yeah.
It's everything but the 2 ends.
Yeah.
And that's, to me, that's exactly what
Right.
we're talking about.
So I think you could take out the note.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, in as much as any underlying language is essentially a note when you're reviewing draft legislation. So.
Okay. So, page 15 starts what is a large new edition, which is about changing the Natural Resources Board, the structure. So it proposes to change the name of the board first to the Vermont Environmental Review Board, and then leaves some gaps related to the specifics of structure, membership, professional versus semi-professional, number of alternates, appointment procedure, qualifications, length of terms. So there's a number of decisions that could be made now or left as they are, but this is laying out and establishing a new administrative board.
So this is the structure, but we would be leaving out how, appointees and things like that, how the appointees are appointed.
The specific numbers and.
Right,
yeah.
right.
We can talk about them now if you'd like, or we can.
I don't think
Whatever.
that makes sense personally. I think we would leave it to the committee, but.
Unless someone has a strong opinion that they would like to share now. I think we can do it.
Structure's here, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of different aspects of decisions that will need to be made in establishing a new board. There is a lot of language further in that incorporates some of the structures of the PUC, but those are sort of just placeholders. You know, the recommendation in the report wasn't that specific, so we needed to start somewhere. So.
Is it more complicated to leave these gaps or to just mirror the PUC?
You leave the gaps around having people determine those things?
Yeah, I mean, just a lot of open questions, or just say, for our sake of our argument, we're just gonna make a parallel to the PUC.
Yeah, I guess my feeling is it's not just that pivot point between a professional, semi-professional. I don't know that it is I'm not sure I would be ready to say it should be a PUC kind of type of model.
Okay.
So here I would hold.
I mean, some things seem straightforward to me, that the appointment would be by the governor. Consent of the Senate, just like every other. See that.
Well, actually, though, I would say that one of the comments has been the potential political nature of creating an administrative board. So, and there was a suggestion, although not fleshed out in the report, of other ways to do it that would mitigate that. And so you could have you could have an appointment by the House, one by the Senate, and two by the governor. You know, I mean, there are other ways to do it. I don't know the other ideas for mitigating that total political appointment concern.
Well, we don't do that in any other.
I was going to say, that concern is overstated. We've got 250 years of experience with governors making appointments, and it has never gotten out of hand in this state.
And it comes, you know, sure, there's politics, and right now it would be Republican governor, and in a few years maybe it wouldn't be. Right? So there is your concern around this, the first iteration, or in an ongoing way?
My concern around the first, I don't understand your question, actually.
Well, I mean, it is, I was around for when we created the Green Mountain Care Board. So I think Shumlin got all 5 of those appointees, you know, so the board right out of the gate really bore his stamp, obviously. It looks very different already, you know, that's 4 years old, 5 years old now. So that first iteration was probably as political, one-sided political of the Green Mountain Care Board as it will ever be. I would kind of guess, unless we have a 20-year governor. So, I don't know, that's where the balance comes in.
That's fair. If others agree, I'm fine.
I can go either way, to be honest with you. I mean, I just don't want to get too much into this.
Yeah.
But if that's the solution and people are comfortable with it.
Well, this will be flagged as new language.
Yep.
And it will be.
So the debate could continue.
It will continue.
Yeah. Just
It will take more than an hour to hammer
Yeah.
through it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll have you in as a witness.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if you can
Maybe you can't point.
Oh, my new career. Yeah.
I'm obvious.
All right, so is it, the commission would like to change it to appointed by the governor?
Well, I
Or
just,
accept
I
that
mean,
as a starting place? That's fine.
It doesn't
It's
really
fine.
matter, but
Difference to
I
me, really.
yeah.
It's, that's what people want. It's okay with me. I'm not.
Okay.
Get any of the committees.
We'll change it to appointed by the governor. Okay.
It's all going to come up as new language
It is.
because it's a new structure.
Yeah.
So this section, the language goes on to establish that this board will hear permit appeals as well. So that's the other significant change, and that is further discussed in the last 35 pages of this bill.
Interesting, that's the bulk of,
Yeah.
Yes. So this bill more than doubled since you last saw it, and it is almost entirely the creation of the appeal structure.
I did
On
have
page 41 of them in forest energy, hold on a second, where does that start?
The appeal
Before we
process
go to
on page
page-
7.
Which is, so,
I have a question back on page 24.
That's okay, I was just trying to figure out if it really was half the bill devoted to this, and it's
it's probably, it might not be.
20 pages, 23 pages, so that's, yeah, okay. That concerns me. Chris, what is your question?
So, on the bottom of 24, there's a bunch of bolded language, but I gather this is really just a name change,
Yeah,
right? They
it's-
already have this broad power.
Yep. Yeah, those are technical corrections. If you do decide to change the name of the board, the language throughout the existing references will need to be changed.
Of course, yeah.
Right, so there are instances in this bill where a small decision will,
Yeah, I have a lot of pages,
Yeah.
I suppose.
Suitability and development map. 27.
Someone's mooing.
Yeah, right. Needs to kill their phone.
Those buildings.
I'm for an emergency.
so
No one's passing out.
I think that concludes the highlighting / fill in the blanks. So we could start with the capability maps, or we could go back to the beginning and start with some of the summary of the changes, if you want to. I think those are the major things that needed, that had questions on them. The rest of it is, here's the rest of the recommendations in draft bill format. Do you want to keep it or leave it out?
Capability and development, let's get through that.
That's my
to make sure
inclination.
that
Okay.
you deal with it, yeah.
Yeah.
So, there's existing language in 6030 related to map of wireless telecommunications facilities. There's a recommendation to incorporate capability and development maps, and so the existing language related to location of wireless telecommunication facilities is no longer maybe relevant. It's evolved significantly.
Although, it's
Hold on a
funny that
minute, I
that's
mean-
in there, because we're about to
We
require mapping of it. Go ahead.
Yeah, and there, I'm on I can't even remember, some tech oversight, and the plan around the state's telecom has been very controversial. It's one of those rolling planning documents that isn't always happening. So, are you saying that we're striking this mapping requirement?
Yeah, as maintained by the Natural Resources Board.
Okay.
And so I'm not entirely I didn't come up with this idea, so I'm not entirely sure, but maybe someone else does.
Greg?
Yeah, so I think that section was a vestige of when the Natural Resources Board had authority over these types of developments, and we no longer do, and we haven't for a number of years. So it probably doesn't make sense for us to have that authority, but I think just from a statewide perspective, it probably does make sense to maintain that sort of mapping. It's just a matter of under whose authority it should be.
And does anyone do that mapping now?
Well, I think DPS has done some work in that mapping. with respect to collecting that data and mapping it. I don't know to what extent they've compiled all the necessary data, but I believe they've done some work.
But you haven't done it since,
No.
Was it ever done by the NRD?
We have some data that's old, and there is a map that depicts the data that we have. It's on the VCGI website, but it's old and outdated.
When the issue of cell towers hit, the idea was that a state authority should know the issue of coverage. All right, so that we weren't getting into a situation of building more towers than necessary. And this is a vestige of that. That whole function has gone on to somewhere else now. And hopefully DPS is paying attention to it.
So that all makes sense, and getting it out of the board's purview makes sense, but I would love to have confirmation that it exists somewhere under some agency's authority before we take it.
Or introduce a companion bill.
I actually feel like someone is introducing a bill, or maybe it's this committee you're working on. Yeah.
The conversation is, it's just funny, as Senator some of these.
Okay. Let's.
You want me to read through the new language? Okay.
Sure.
So, starting on line 4 on page 27, updates. On or before January 1st, 2021, the Board and the Secretaries of Commerce and Community Development, of Digital Services, and of Natural Resources shall complete an update to the capability and development maps created under this chapter in 1971 for reference in applying this chapter. Maps updated pursuant to this section shall be consistent with the capability and development plan and shall include and identify environmental constraints, existing settlements, rural and working lands areas, critical resource areas, facilities and infrastructure, and areas targeted for conservation, public investment, and development. The Board and the Secretaries shall complete further updates to these maps no less frequently than every 8 years. The Board shall lead and coordinate the completion of updates pursuant to this section.
David.
Ag. It's got to be there. I mean, you've got rural and working lands areas as one of the mapped designations, and ag is, I mean, that's their bailiwick, if you will. And I certainly wouldn't want to see a capability map without ag and forestry captured.
Yes, I
So,
agree.
and if we don't put it in, I mean, this bill is going to the ag committee, they're gonna put it in.
No, it has to be.
Yeah.
V-Trans? Have a lot of infrastructure.
Facilities and infrastructure, it says.
Can I ask what you mean in regards to forestry? Do you mean,
Their forestry is part of working lands, at least in my
So
right,
So you
so,
feel it's
definition.
covered where it says working lands, or no?
Yeah.
oh.
Oh, okay, so you're not looking for an addition, you're just looking for the addition of the word agriculture?
Yeah. No, the agency.
No, the Agency of
In-
Agriculture as part of the planning
Oh,
group.
okay.
You and I were on the same.
Oh, I see.
Okay,
Yeah.
no, I was, okay.
Sorry.
No.
Ellen and I are gonna be drafting this later, so.
Oh, okay, yeah, I should make sure you understand. Okay.
Okay. All right, down on line 16, process. When updating,
Forestry is incorporated because natural resources is at the table. I mean, we've got the Department of Forest and Recreation, so, sorry.
Sure. When updating maps pursuant to this section, the Board and Secretaries shall, prior to completing the update, consult with the regional planning commissions and issue a draft update, provide public notice of the draft update, and offer an opportunity for written public comment, and conduct one or more public meetings to receive oral comment on the draft update. Availability. The updated map shall be maintained as a layer of the Vermont Geographic Information System and shall be available to the public.
Go ahead, David.
Sorry.
Why did we go with VGIS? That's not always a free service, it's not always immediately available. What's wrong with the A&R Atlas?
That's a great question. I wrote that down also.
I mean,
just say
that's
or.
the public source, and
Right.
we're, if you will, we are educating the public to go to that source to discover information about Vermont.
Absolutely.
Not that I don't
Is
like
this-
the guys at VG.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Billy?
It's fine, I think.
Oh,
if
you look like you were.
Yeah, if you, I think as I've said consistently, as long as the data is provided to us, we're happy to host it. And I agree, it's nice to have it all, it's nice to have it all in one
Yeah,
place.
Great.
Yeah, we have a lot of that data already to begin with.
Yeah.
Cool.
Is this the process that identifies the critical resource areas?
Once we define them in the legislature, yes.
Okay, so that's the part about the maps. Moving on, this clarifies some language about the ethical standards of the board. It's mostly technical correction.
I'm sorry, but going back, so when we say existing settlements, and that part that we deleted from yellow language on also uses existing settlements, are we, does that automatically mean the different designations? Does this map show up with your downtown, your designated downtowns, or your, those
Yes.
different stratification? Because of where we're saying existing settlements, that doesn't mean every building, that means those,
It means the
Designated
defined areas.
okay, that's why I just wanted to make sure. Okay, thanks.
It would be more. It would be the designated centers and all the other existing settlements. So, depending on how you want to define it.
In this instance, I think that'll be a conversation in the committee. You know, is it all of the villages essentially that don't necessarily, that they may not have a designation, but they meet the definition of existing settlement. So there's a definition that's separate from your designation status.
So, going back to the other part where we said, what did we say that, can you remind me where it was, just so I can. The part where we said, yeah, we're proud to take out the one yellow mark we've taken out.
I think we're taking two.
Here we go, yes, on page
rural?
14, yes. Rural and working lands areas
Yeah.
means an area that's not an existing settlement or critical resource area.
Right, so as the conversation, I think, evolves around the tiered approach, the understanding of the areas that would, first of all, how designated areas meet or don't meet, which criteria they meet or don't meet, that's like a conversation that's gonna get hashed out. And if we do the tiered approach, and maybe separate from whether we do the tiered approach, how other settled areas fit into that. We've seen language from Aaron that included the settled areas as part of those places that could receive pre-approval or whatever word we're gonna use to talk about it. That's not the proposal from the agency. The agency has said the designated centers is where they want to focus. So that's gonna be a legislative decision point that we need to make at some point. I don't think we're ready to make it today.
Well, on page 14 here, where we say rural and working lands area, we're crudely, I'm thinking of that as being the middle tier. You're not in
Yeah.
a downtown or a place where we're trying to promote growth, and you're not in a critical resource area where we're trying to protect. You're in the middle zone, and it'll be something maybe akin to the status quo. So if we're saying that every existing settlement falls under that tier according to this language. I wanna just be really clear. To me, I was thinking existing settlement is one of our existing designations.
Well-
Not, you know, if I had, as I read this, if I had an existing house right next to a critical river in the flood zone, that would not trigger the critical resource area because it's an existing settlement.
No, so
That's-
the definition of existing settlement, you need to read it.
Okay, well, can you just,
And it,
I've got it.
yeah, go.
So, under existing language under 6001, number 16, existing settlement means an area that constitutes one or more of the following: a designated center, or an existing center that is compact in form and size, that contains a mixture of uses that include a substantial residential component, and that are within walking distance of each other, that has a significantly higher densities than densities that occur outside the center, and that is typically served by municipal infrastructure such as water, wastewater, sidewalks, paths, transit, parking areas, public
Right.
parks, and greens.
All right, so it is what I was hoping. I just, since they're tying together, I wanted to hammer it out. Thank you.
yes.
Okay, so on page 28, there, 6031 is just updated to give the ethical standard, extend the ethical standards to the chair and the regular and alternate members of the board. And then, there is an addition under this section on page 29, which reads, in case of the board, no person who receives or has received during the previous 2 years a significant portion of his or her... I skipped it over.
Yes.
His or her income directly or indirectly from permit holders or applicants for a permit under Chapter 47 of this title may hear appeals from acts or decisions of the Secretary relating to permits issued under Chapter 47, which is the water pollution chapter. So this is extending a conflict of interest to those who receive income from water, who have water pollution control permits. It's my understanding of this was language that existed previously in regards to the Water Resources Board. So I think Aaron thought it would be a good addition if the board was hearing more appeals.
But this board is a much broader scope than the Water Resources Board did. Chapter 47 made sense because that was their bailiwick, having served on that board. I don't know that Chapter 47, Chapter 47 is comparable given the scope of the permits this board would hear.
Right, it should be more than just water.
Yeah. Yeah, so you
Can't have
air,
a traffic
someone has a
engineer.
Title V consultant job,
Right.
oh,
Traffic engineer lining your pockets.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, it's the right concept. But
Yes.
to cover the broad range of issues.
Can you capture that, Ellen?
Well, it's basically A&R permits.
Yeah.
Right.
yeah, it's already 250.
Alright, so continuing, the next few changes relate to just the name change of the board. On to page 30. Again, the name change of the board. And then, page 31 starts with the changes to the criteria. So the proposal from the report is to update the criteria, is to slightly rearrange the first two criteria to separate out air into one and water into another, and include greenhouse gases. So starting on line 7, criteria 1 will now be for air pollution only. Will not result in undue air pollution. In making this determination, the District Commission shall at least consider the air contaminants and noise to be emitted by the development or subdivision, if any, the proximity of the emission source to residents, population centers, and other sensitive receptors, the emission dispersion characteristics at or near the source.
Is noise in the old combined?
Yes.
Seems a strange place to put it, but
1A is air contaminants. A permit will be granted whenever it is demonstrated by the applicant that, in addition to all other applicable criteria, the emission, if any, of air contaminants by the development or subdivision will meet any applicable requirement under the Clean Air Act, 42 USC Chapter 85, and the air pollution control regulations of the Department of Environmental Conservation. Criterion 1B will be greenhouse gas emissions, climate change. A permit will be granted whenever it is demonstrated by the applicant that in addition to all other applicable criteria, the construction, use, operation, and maintenance of the development or subdivision will avoid the emission of greenhouse gases, including greenhouse gases from the vehicular traffic to be generated by the development or subdivision. If it is not feasible to avoid such emissions, will minimize them, or if it is not feasible to avoid or minimize such emissions, will mitigate them in accordance with rules adopted by the board. Any offsets used shall be third-party verified and enforceable by the applicant and its successors and assigns, and by the state of Vermont. Okay.
So we're not requiring that the end result of whatever steps are taken will be no net increase in greenhouse gas.
Not in this draft.
Am I correctly?
Correct, not requiring net zero.
So,
Is that acceptable to the rest of the commission?
Well, I mean, I like the idea of going net zero, of course. Is that, I don't know if I was here for that part of the conversation, if that was considered, or what the struggles around it were.
yeah, I don't know how it got in there.
Net zero got in there?
It's not in there.
It was in there originally, I think Aaron proposed it.
Oh, I see, thank you.
Given the goals in our report, and I brought up the question of whether or not it was feasible at all. I mean, I think understanding the construction process and
Sure.
there's a lot of pollution when you
Yeah.
make concrete, and whether we're prepared to put that burden on developers right now, I don't know. I don't know enough about it. I know there's a lot of pollution when you make concrete.
Could we put something in there that mentions, I mean, it's desirable for it to be net zero.
It is desirable.
So,
It could be a.
But I don't know. It's, avoid.
Since we're allowing mitigation, we are being reasonable that certain construction activities are going to increase greenhouse gas emissions, or it's in the nature of the thing. But we are saying when you do that, you got to mitigate it.
That's right.
And the mitigation, that you could have a requirement that the next result is the mitigation cancels the additional greenhouse gases. So that the bottom line is no zero increase.
So, for example,
I think the question is, do we want to require them to mitigate to zero? Is that what you're saying, Dick?
Well, I think that the mitigation, that a mitigation is there at all, is we're already doing them a favor. Okay, you think, okay, you want to put more greenhouse gases in, I guess you have to. But if you do it, then mitigate. That's a condition that we're placing upon what is otherwise an indulgence.
Yeah, I mean, I guess but I guess the question for the legislature is going to be, do we want to require the mitigation? And if we do, we need to be clear in this legislation. I don't think we're ready to do that right now. But
Well, I mean,
well, it says you mitigate, doesn't say to what extent.
right, it says
It's
mitigate.
pretty loose right now.
Right.
Right.
But this whole section,
Hello?
Hello? Oh.
I think somebody's-
I'm sorry, something's happening in my house.
Okay, can you put us on, maybe you could mute us.
No, don't mute us on this one, I wanna hear it.
Well, Billy Costa sent me the air pollution control statute,
Yep.
Title 10, Chapter 23, greenhouse gas reduction goals. And I just wonder, I come back to, we're, at least in terms of mitigating, we're pushing it to the board to adopt rules. And we have in statute our targets. I don't understand why they wouldn't somehow be linked together.
yeah, this whole section is bracketed both air and water will not result in undue water pollution. It is not an absolute. It is not a net zero standard that is there now. And, you know, I understand the concern and desire for a net zero standard, but it's hard to do. And does that mean we stop?
Very costly, yeah. No, I agree.
Well, I think what Senator Pearson was mentioning, also referencing those goals, does seem to make sense to me in this part.
And
Oh, yeah,
the reason I
I'm
like
not
that
arguing
is
against that.
it has a ratchet, right? It, over time, is different and sort of reflects the hope that some of these solutions will be easier in the future.
So do we want to add language that says we're aspiring to net zero? Or that you want to add language that reflects?
Well,
Well,
tie
this
it
is past the
into this
legislature,
goals,
you
yeah.
know, this is the law, it's a goal, but, so it's 10 VSA 578 is greenhouse gas reduction goals. It's a goal of state to reduce emissions of greenhouse gases from within our boundaries. You know, presumably our land use would be consistent with that, and our regulation would be driven by our goals.
Billy, would you email those just quickly to all the committee members?
I can try to, yes.
I can.
Okay.
So I'm agreeing we should reference existing
Yeah.
goals.
I think we should.
Yeah.
Although I'm wondering, I mean, are the existing goals specific? Are they SMART goals?
I don't know how
Waiting
smart
to
they
see
are.
it,
What do you mean?
Are you
Are they
Well, they're-
specific and measurable
No.
and?
Oh, yes, they're based on, they're specific, but they don't say, you know, drop construction emissions by X. They reference our baseline of 1990 and the ratcheting down of our overall state greenhouse gases.
Which we haven't done at all, we've increased.
Right.
So,
Right.
the question before us is, how do we help?
Yeah, I mean, these aren't,
Well,
Exactly.
250 has not had the authority to review and either permit, modify, or deny projects based on this as a criteria. We're adding it right now.
Right.
I mean, so, you know, it's a step, it's
Yeah.
a motion toward meeting existing goals.
but there's language in here, again, just skimming, reasonable efforts, doesn't sound,
Well, but we could say consistent with the goals as outlined in 10 VSA, blah, blah, blah. So, again, we're trying to bring them into concert. We're not saying no building goes up if it's not.
Net zero.
All right, so we'll
Okay.
reference this. What do you think?
But I'm just wondering, are these the, again, remember a couple years ago in committee, Ray wanted to put these in statute. Are we talking about the same
No.
thing? This is
No.
totally
That's
different.
the
Okay.
comprehensive energy plan 90 by 50. This is air pollution.
And actually, this is already in statute, and
Right.
there's mandated reductions, which we haven't met.
Which we haven't met, right, so it's not as if.
It's not working.
Right.
Well, maybe because we don't have the regulatory tools to make it work. This
No, I think
is-
it makes sense to reference it.
I think that's where we're at.
Yeah.
Please, Ellen, add that reference.
Yeah.
Can I ask, is there a difference between minimizing and mitigating? 2 and 3, and the mitigating is in accordance with rules, the minimizing doesn't have any loose or strict standards at all. And I'm just wondering if it's necessary or whether it's,
Yeah.
Right.
I
it's an
think there's a
addition.
big difference between those words, right? I mean, mitigate could be just, certainly doesn't mean minimizing. Minimizing is getting down to the closest as
Hey,
possible.
let me express my concern, all right? I fear that where the language is right now, we're basically more or less where we were before, which is that the policy of the state is, in a perfect world, we really prefer that nobody add greenhouse gases to the atmosphere. So, try to do the best you can, as opposed to there actually being a requirement that it be done and consequences for not doing it.
So,
If the mitigation issue if I've hung my hat on the wrong hook, it's fine. One way or another, I want to make sure that we are not giving mere lip service to global warming.
I agree.
We're really, yeah. I'm sure everybody, on principle, what I just said, it would be hard to find someone who disagrees. But the idea is, what does that mean? Where do we go with that?
right.
And my view is that we're really at a point where you're still hearing people, the whole debate about the so-called carbon tax over the summer during the campaign. It was as though global warming is not an issue. Life goes on more or less, and we give a tilt to the issue, but then life goes on. As opposed to, I was saying, when we're on mandate, it's to examine how Act 250 can best address global warming. Is that we up the game a little bit.
But if you had,
That's what we're doing.
let's say we had a net zero requirement, just for argument's sake, and so
Yeah.
the building was completely self-sufficient, would we permit it if it was not built on a bus line? I mean, people are gonna have to drive there to go to work, so the, there's vehicular traffic generated by the development. So I mean, just where do you, not even what line do you draw, where do you even begin to draw it in terms of impact? It seems really tricky.
Yeah. And what kind of penalty do we have?
Yeah, I mean, last
Well,
time
you
we
don't get a
talked,
permit.
we said we were going to direct the appropriate administrators to develop a standard
Yeah.
that would reflect that sort of, get into the details of that part of what.
Okay.
I would rather we kick the can down the road, i.e. tell the appropriate administrators to develop a standard. That at least leaves the question open, rather than that we simply settle on mediocre language and leave it at that.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. If we can perhaps reach a resolution on at least directing the board to develop standards.
Yeah, that reduce greenhouse gas emissions through development,
Consistent with 10.
Yeah.
consistent with the existing, or maybe
Yeah, because the issue, the question that Chris raised is more than a mere rhetorical question. He's right. That when you decide this is what you're going to do, then you start getting into all sorts of details as to what does that actually mean. And we probably have not done that, and we're going to issue a report imminently. So I would, at this point, then, if we have not completed that work, at least acknowledge that we need to pass the task on to someone else.
Okay.
Okay.
Does that belong in the bill, or does it? Yeah, I guess it does.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
So are we going to say that we want this air pollution and greenhouse gas emission standards, and then we just push it to the board to the details? Or do we want some of this stuff?
Is the board the right group to develop those standards? That's my question.
In conjunction with A&R probably, right, or DEC or something.
Sorry, which board, NRB?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're not going to solve this too much further
No,
than we have today, but I think we agree we would want something more concrete in terms of the goal, develop through standards. We would like something less concrete, because concrete pollutes a lot.
So I would just add, I hope this doesn't confuse further, under the language from H233, the forest block and connecting habitat language that's in criteria 8 later on, it does use the phrase avoid, minimize, and mitigate, so I think this was intended to mirror that, and then it goes on to explain how you go about minimizing.
Say that, it avoids.
So under fragmentation, there's methods for avoiding and minimizing, and it lists some specific steps to be taken in that way. So I think this language was intended to mirror that, so there was some consistent wording.
But that doesn't matter. We don't think we don't find it appropriate in this instance.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm not clear what we're doing here. We're adding a new standard and asking people to tell us what it's going to be.
For now.
What?
Because we're not going to develop it right now.
Well, I agree with that, but are we?
What direction are we
Like,
giving?
where's the words on the page? Where do we say greenhouse gas emissions climate change or permit will be? You know, the board shall come up, figure out how to do this, or do we put it in later on after we talk about minimizing or mitigating?
I guess what I was hearing is people didn't want to have the avoid, minimize, mitigate in this instance. Unless, did I hear that wrong? Maybe that was only Dick.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I don't know why this came to me. This is like minimum sentence for drug possession. You know, stupid, it hasn't worked, and it's been expensive. And, you know, the net zero standard and pushing that as the goal. Yeah, as the goal, as opposed to let's get a handle on this and figure out how to do it. Secondly, I don't see the Natural Resources Board being the appropriate vehicle for coming up with a control standard for climate change gases. Not that they're not bright people, they know what they're doing.
Where would you direct that?
It was mentioned, DEC.
Okay.
And air and scientific capacity that exists within the agency, and if it isn't there, that they can hire it in through consultants. And they're used to managing a consultant force.
Yeah, it's definitely.
So it's not that I don't want them involved, but I don't want them held responsible for coming up with the approach and the standard. Because of the lack of specific expertise.
So are we saying in the bill that some entity be directed to figure out how greenhouse gas emissions get folded into the Act 250 criteria?
And that should be in conjunction with the board, but
Yeah.
this scientific
Right.
capacity.
I mean, for instance, what if somebody proposed to build a solar panel production facility? Right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
That would help us overall, but there's gonna be some concrete involved, like it's pretty tricky to figure out how you put that on paper.
Which is why I want the reduce, minimize, avoid, minimize, and mitigate. It's not a perfect solution, but until perfection shows up, it has worked. And,
Okay,
So are we
so we want
saying-
both and, you want this language in here and saying the specific standard would be developed by DEC
No,
with
well,
assistance from NRB.
Yeah,
Okay,
with reference towards the existing
and
statute.
ASA, yeah, that's NRB. Both.
I mean, this is,
That's what we're doing, both. We're getting nods.
okay.
Well, it's,
the-
this is to get
This is gonna
our
take
read on
a
this.
committee.
For sure,
today.
for sure, I understand.
Yeah. Cool. All right, it's noon. Why don't we come back at 12:45? Can everyone eat 45 minutes? And Neil, can you do your assignment?
I'll talk to you about that.
But I have to do mine. Do folks want to move to room 11? Yes. So here and, okay, great, thank you. Room 11, pay attention. Vic, can you call room 11? Yeah.
Faith,
I,
I'll come move that package.
We'll move your package.
Yes.
I will not touch it.
I won't touch that either.
Hey, I'm not gonna touch anybody's.
We're going to bring this commission meeting back into order. It's obviously a soft 12:45 start, but here we go. 12:55. Back on. Ellen, pick up where we left off.
All right, so we're now on the bottom of page 32. We were discussing the changes proposed in the report to the criteria include changes to 3 separate criteria to address climate change. So the first is to amend criteria 1 to be exclusive to air issues, air contaminants and greenhouse gases. That's what we were just discussing. There's one small section left on that, starting on line 13 on page 32. Unless you want to resume discussing.
Well, there was a suggestion from Greg. Greg, are you prepared to just articulate what you said?
Sure. So what I think I saw the commission getting caught up on was the technical problems that meeting net zero with respect to the construction of a project would entail. It doesn't seem that from a technical standpoint that net zero presents the same obstacles with respect to the operation of a project. So one thing that the commission can consider doing is sort of segregating the requirements for the construction of a project and the operation of a project, which might satisfy some of the concerns that you were articulating earlier, while also leaving a little bit of flexibility for technology to catch up with respect to the construction portion of a project.
How does that sound to commission members?
I think it just got twice as complicated
Oh, I don't.
as it was.
How?
Well, the same, the issue is net zero, right? And,
The goal is net zero.
well, but the whole discussion is part of the net zero conversation, yeah.
But net zero operations is attainable and happening. Is I think the
I mean,
point.
both of the, building. And so they are already separated. And not necessarily, I mean, maybe we would allow, you know, a dirtier building process if it was going to be a cleaner operating outcome.
Which is part of my concern, that in fact when you construct something, you are predicting what the operations are going to be. In other words, if you build on a highway, you're going to use trucks. If you build on a rail line, you're going to use rail. So those are simplistic examples, but what you build will determine what your operations are.
Well,
and I don't know.
But if you, let's say it costs you a 5% more air pollution to build a net zero building that's going to last for 40 years,
Right.
we ought to understand those relationships.
And people are already are understanding, working on them. My bigger thing was that it wasn't defined today, but I don't think we're that far from defining it.
Well, I like the idea of
Yeah, I support it as well.
Maybe we don't need to forgive the building part of it and only look at the operations, but they strike me as they're two different things.
Yeah.
Well, I just think net zero is a very ambitious standard.
Yeah.
And I'd rather find a way how we can kind of gradually maybe approach that standard as opposed to just imposing it. In the immediate present. I'm concerned about how that would impact people who want to build something.
Well, I guess the question I have for you all is that our goal? And if it's our goal, you put it in the draft bill, and then we get testimony during the process
To see if it can be altered.
to see if it's
Or should
possible
be,
or
yeah.
educate ourselves further. I think that
There's a balance of being received and generating a discussion, or being basically blocked from the first moment because it is too threatening or feels too unrealistic.
okay. So I mean, maybe the way we had it was.
Well, I just want to, I would think if we were to put that in as our goal, because I don't know right now, if we were to take testimony, maybe there is some way to do it, or maybe somebody in another state has moved forward with this technology. That's why I'm just thinking, I agree with Senator Grissom, sometimes it could just block, they might not take it up, but I think if we put it in as a goal, it would at least generate the conversation with developers and other people to see, even if it can't stay in there, what's being done around the country and toward reaching this goal. That's why I like the idea of those words in there that we, as a committee, support getting to.
Well, are we still pushing the assignment to DEC, consultation with the board or whatever?
I think so. We're still doing that. And that maybe enough.
I would rather reference statute, which is already agreed upon.
Okay. So leave it the way we had it.
And not do our ideal being, just referencing them.
I think that means we're leaving it the way we left it before lunch, the way we had it.
But we're accepting that we're acknowledging
The distinction
between
right.
building and operating.
I'm not sure how,
I'm not sure.
the Ledge Council may have an idea for that, and, or Greg, you can talk to Greg about how he would make proposed to do this, since he's also council.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Billy?
Just one request. Would it be possible to reference the agency, not to resources, not DEC, because we may pull in staff from audit departments.
That's a great suggestion.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay.
other infrastructure to withstand and adapt to the effects of climate change reasonably projected at the time of application. We're still under criteria 1B, greenhouse gases and climate change. So that's a portion of it.
What's the state interest in that?
Oh, wow. Sometimes we think about disaster cleanup and making people whole after a natural disaster.
You make the whole.
Exactly.
We push people out of floodplains in theory.
You don't like it?
Well, if it doesn't, I'm a lone voice, I don't know. I really mean it. What does it mean, actually?
Well, it does sort of apply to Vermont, given the winds that we've had over the last 10 days. But if building standards don't have a high wind component relative to construction, they should. Especially if average wind speeds and storm events have been increasing in intensity. You know, places like Florida and whatever took a few hurricanes and the next one. So, but I mean, we had wind, what, 3 days ago? Up to 45 miles an hour coming off the lake. If that got up to 55 miles an hour, it might be an issue for construction standards.
I'm not entirely certain what was in mind here, but I would suspect there would be some consideration on heating and cooling in a building, the types of systems used, to take into account potential air pollution problems as well as the need for insulation and air conditioning that may further come about.
It's true, actually, the planners keep reminding us that heat illness is one of the biggest challenges for climate change, even in Vermont.
Right, it wasn't long ago, though. Some years ago, a few people passed away in Berlin.
Okay, let's keep rolling.
All right, so into criterion 2, water pollution will not result in undue water pollution. So small change, but just clarifying that criterion 2 now is the home water issues.
I have a sort of ongoing question in my mind here. We talk somewhere else about fluvial erosion, which is not the same, I don't think, as water pollution, but it does relate to water quality.
Comes up.
Sure.
Is that an
Yeah, that's
It's part of the hazard areas.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, so we can go there next, page 34. Criterion 2D, flood hazard areas for reporters. So as discussed in the report, the definition now matches AMR's definitions for flood hazard areas and reporters. So we've changed the wording slightly on line 12, starting the development or subdivision of lands within a flood hazard area or river corridor will not restrict or divert the flow of floodwaters, cause or contribute to fluvial erosion, and endanger the health, safety, and welfare of the public or of riparian owners during flooding. And the next section is deleted because it's sort of all encompassed in that new set of definitions.
So we used to say cannot significantly increase the peak discharge, and now we're saying
so throughout, there is addition of titles for each of the criteria, which did not previously exist, but these are the ways they've been referenced for a while, I think, but they're and then on to page 36. So criterion 5 has been amended to include more options. So transportation will not cause unreasonable congestion or unsafe conditions with respect to the use of highways, waterways, railways, airports and airways, bicycle, pedestrian, and other transit infrastructure, and other means of transportation existing or proposed. Will incorporate transportation demand management strategies and provide safe access and connection to adjacent lanes and facilities and to existing and planned pedestrian, bicycle, and transit networks and services. However, the District Commission may decline to require such a strategy, access, or connection if it finds that a reasonable person would not undertake the measure given the type, scale, and transportation impacts of the proposed development or subdivision. So this is attempting to incorporate the recommendation from the Commission that there is more of a focus on other means of transportation, so pedestrian and bicycle transit. Line 19 starts criterion 8, which now has the title Ecosystem Protection, Scenic Beauty, and Historic Sites. There's a change on page 37 under subdivision A. Necessary wildlife habitat and endangered species. A permit will not be granted unless it is demonstrated by the applicant that a development or subdivision will not destroy or significantly imperil necessary wildlife habitat or any endangered species, or if such destruction or impairment will incur the sort of balancing that goes on from there. So this is the switching of the burden under 8A, which that the Commission recommended.
Yes.
Madam Chair, what would happen if an A&R permit under the T&E program was denied for a taking for educational purposes or whatever that was related to a 250 application? Could the applicant still meet this requirement? What I'm looking at, and I have an imperfect memory, but I know that we changed the T&E statute to incorporate necessary habitat. And having included necessary habitat, we're now talking about land. And the statute now encompasses the habitat necessary to support T&E species. And maybe I'm getting too far into the weeds, but I think there may be the question. I think there may be a conflict. This allows for 250 to issue a permit, but in fact, the agency now has the power to absolutely deny a permit to protect habitat. And I don't know, maybe I know too much
Yeah, I don't know that there necessarily is a conflict. I mean, if the Agency of Natural Resources refused to issue a takings permit for a specific animal species, and That-
But that's the taking of a species. There's also the protection of the habitat. We gave the secretary that authority 2 years ago, three years ago?
It's a separate process that requires petitioning, like a petition to establish the area of habitat. So it's a slightly different permitting process than the actual T&E permit.
Understood.
Right.
You guys say, no way.
Right.
This is a critical species. This seems to say that they can overturn it.
I don't know that they could still issue their permit. Our permit would prevent the project from going forward.
And the opposite could theoretically be true as well. The two permit processes would have to play out separately. So theoretically, the agency could make their permit decision and a district commission could conclude that it either should or should not issue an Act 250 permit. You could conceivably have two contradictory decisions from two different agencies, which may provide very real practical problems for moving forward with the project. But the two permit processes would have to play out independently, just like a wastewater permit process and an Act 250 permit process are at least to some degree independent as well.
Right, and I bring it up because it just described part of what this commission was asked to sort of straighten out. They say yes under these conditions. They say, no way, you're not bringing that big yellow machine into this habitat for any purpose. So, I'm sorry.
Which could also theoretically happen with state and municipal permitting as well. A municipality could decide not to permit something that the state already has and vice versa. And then again, there's practical problems for whoever's undertaking the project. But that's a very real reality right now.
So what would resolving it look like?
Sorry.
But I guess I'm confused because as they said, like if they can't get their A&R, they can't do it. That's what I heard.
Right, and I'm just saying that that might be worth a fair amount of community time. Trying to work that out.
Okay, down on starting on line 16, this is the new criterion B, forest blocks. A permit will not be granted for a development or subdivision within or partially within a forest block unless the applicant demonstrates that. And this language, as well as the next sub-criterion, come from page 233. The development or subdivision will avoid fragmentation of the forest block through the design of the project or the location of the project's improvements or goals. It is not feasible to avoid fragmentation of the forest block, and the design of the development or subdivision minimizes fragmentation of the forest block. Or, it is not feasible to avoid or minimize fragmentation of the forest block, and the applicant will mitigate the fragmentation in accordance with section 6094 of this title. Methods for avoiding or minimizing the fragmentation of a forest block may include locating buildings and other improvements and operating the project in a manner that avoids or minimizes incursion into and disturbance of the forest block, including clustering of buildings and associated improvements. Designing roads, driveways, and utilities that serve the development or subdivision to avoid or minimize fragmentation of the forest block. Such design may be accomplished by following or sharing existing features on the land, such as roads, tree lines, stone walls, and fence lines. Okay. 8C, connecting habitat. A permit will not be granted for a development or subdivision unless the applicant development or subdivision will avoid fragmentation of a connecting habitat through the design of the project or the location of project improvements or both. It is not feasible to avoid fragmentation of the connecting habitat, and the design of the development or subdivision minimizes fragmentation of the connector. Or, it is not feasible to avoid or minimize fragmentation of the connecting habitat, and the applicant will mitigate the fragmentation in accordance with section 6094 of this title. Excuse me. Methods for avoiding or minimizing the fragmentation of a connecting habitat may include locating buildings and other improvements in the farthest feasible location from the center of the connector, designing the location of buildings and other improvements to leave the greatest contiguous portion of the area undisturbed in order to facilitate wildlife travel through the connector. Or, when there is no feasible site for construction of buildings and other improvements outside the connector, designing the buildings and improvements to facilitate the continued viability of the connector for use by wildlife. At the top of page 40, criterion 9, capability and development plan. It is in conformance with the duly adopted capability and development plan and land use plan when adopted. (9F), energy conservation and efficiency. So this is one of the changes recommended to further prevent climate change and added energy efficiency. A permit will be granted when it has been demonstrated by the applicant that, in addition to all other applicable criteria, the planning and design of the subdivision or development reflect the principles of energy conservation and energy efficiency, including reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from use of energy, and incorporate the best available technology for efficient use or recovery of energy. An applicant seeking an affirmative finding under this criterion shall provide evidence that the subdivision or development complies with the applicable building energy standards and stretch codes under 30 VSA section 51 or 53. Criterion 9I is added. This is language that also comes from the previous bill on protecting interstate interchange areas. A permit will be granted for a development or subdivision within an interchange area when it is demonstrated that, in addition to all other applicable criteria, the development or subdivision complies with the Vermont Interstate Interchange Planning and Design Guidelines applicable to the category of land use as identified for that area in the regional plan. As used within this subdivision I, Vermont Interstate Interchange Planning and Design Guidelines refers to the guidelines by that name published by the Agency of Commerce and Community in 2004, or such update to those guidelines as the Commissioner of Housing and Community Development may subsequently publish, provided that the update is at least as protective of existing settlements, scenic beauty, aesthetics, farmland, and natural resources as the 2004 guidelines.
Is there a development listing in line 3?
It sounded like it, yes.
Or was it renamed?
Okay. Criterion 9K, development affecting public investments. So this, the language added in this section updates the list of public investments that now exist.
Can we just read the change?
Sure. Lands conserved under Chapter 155 of this title, and facilities or lands receiving benefits through the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board under Chapter 15 of this title, the State Designation Program under 24 VSA Chapter 76A, or the Vermont Downtown and Village Center Tax Credit Program under 32 VSA Chapter 151, Subchapter J. criterion 10, local and regional plans, is in conformance with any duly adopted local plan that has been approved under 24 VSA section 4350, regional plan that has been approved by the board under 24 VSA section 4348, or capital program under 24 VSA section 4430. In making this finding, a district commission shall require conformance with the future land use maps contained in the local and regional plans and with the written provisions of those plans. A district commission shall decline to apply a provision of a local or regional plan only if the commission is persuaded that the provision does not afford a person of ordinary intelligence with a reasonable opportunity to understand what the provision directs, requires, or prescribes.
Where do you found
Aaron.
Did that come from the planners, guys?
It's citing a case.
It's a case, yeah.
Huh.
It's hard. It's reasonable. Ordinary, yes. Is it above ordinary? Extraordinary?
I guess there's other language that says the average person. Ordinary intelligence. I mean, not that anybody knows. So I guess that what is it doing? It's saying that the district commission can ignore the regional town plan if it's not reasonable.
If it's not clear or easily understood. Someone has to be able to read it and understand what they have to be able to comply with the law, so if they can't understand it.
So essentially Aaron's recommending that we include this language. I don't know why. Yeah, Greg.
Well, I had a question about the preceding subsection A. So I don't know if this is.
Go ahead, yeah.
Well, the district commission shall require conformance with the future land use maps, and I guess I'm just not really sure what that means.
Yeah, I guess to me that means like, isn't that the zoning map?
I'm not sure.
What is
How
it?
do
Do
you
towns
comply
have it?
with-
I don't think, do they have to have it?
Yes.
Only if they're planned.
If
That
they
would
have,
be yes.
and there's going to be varying qualities of them. You know, some of them are very vague, like a dot for where we want the industrial park to go.
Is that a new requirement?
No.
If a town chooses to put together a municipal plan, one of the required elements of that plan is a future land use map that shows how they want to grow or change in different or not grow in different areas throughout the community. So alongside the chapters within a town plan, there are also some required maps. That future land use map is one of them. And so that's what is being referred to with this update, to make sure that anything being proposed is in conformance with where the town wants different things to happen.
Sure, I don't remember that map in our town, but I'm gonna go look for it in my spare time.
The language has been around for a really long time, and it's become kind of rote in a lot of cases that future land use map pretty much echoes the zoning.
Is the
map.
zoning, okay, so I'm not, yes.
But it would be great if it became something more. Some towns have adopted an official map that actually has some regulatory clout. It's just, we have gotten away from doing a lot of planning, and this would bring back a thought of what we might be able to do. Okay.
Yeah, I have a small note from Aaron that said that this is to attempt to achieve the statutory goals, some of the goals that we discussed in the report, better incorporating maps.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay, on page 43, we have some small technical changes in regard to the name. And then in D, there is some language struck, and it's for organization and clarity, because I think it's moved. Yes, so the language that's struck on this page and the next is moved further down in the section for clarity. So if we turn to page, starting at the bottom of 44, the board finds that the permit or approval is part of a program that reliably meets its goals, such as achieving water quality standards. A presumption created under this subsection may be rebutted by the introduction of evidence contrary to the presumed fact. In the case of approvals and permits issued by the Agency of Natural Resources, there shall be no presumption for a permit or approval authorizing the discharge of a pollutant into a water if uses of that water are already impaired by the pollutant. Admissible evidence of the technical determinations of the agency shall be accorded substantial deference by the district commissions. So this language is not bold because it has been in this draft, I think, since the beginning. I think this was a concept that was discussed, what seems like weeks ago, months ago. So we don't know this language ends up in the report, but.
Is this consistent with what, is it consistent with what we recommended in the report?
I don't think it's contrary. I think there was a lot of discussion about how it should certain permits be given, should they be rebuttable or irrebuttable or a stronger presumption? And this is not giving permits a stronger presumption. It's actually saying that a permit or approval needs to reliably meet its goals. So if there's a problem with the permitting program, it's not going to be given a stronger presumption.
And that's consistent with what we put in the report.
I know that you opted in the section to not to turn down the proposal to give stronger weight. I'm not certain offhand if we kept the part about. So it's not on my list of recommendations, but.
So is it leaving it the way it is now?
What?
Does this language represent leaving it the way it is now?
No, this is new language. The language that is moved starts at line 10, so this is new language.
When you say it's been in drafts since the beginning,
So
drafts
of this proposed legislation.
Which we've never reviewed, so
Right.
it doesn't really matter. I mean, it's all good.
So we can definitely take it out.
Where is it referred to in the report?
So I think that was under, I think it's somewhere around page 67.
On the bottom of 68. In the last paragraph there.
I see.
Oh, right, so we discussed, yes, the word could be strengthened. And I think at one point that said should.
Even though we're still in the last paragraph.
The last paragraph of 68.
Okay, so this is the suggestion to strengthen it.
Yes. So on page 45, line 10, the district commission, in accordance with rules adopted by the board, shall accept determinations issued by a development review board under provisions of 24 VSA 4420 with respect to local review of municipal impacts under criteria of this section. The acceptance of such a determination, if positive, shall create a presumption that the application is not detrimental to public health and welfare with respect to the specific requirement for which it is accepted, and if negative, shall create a presumption that the application is so detrimental. Any determination, positive or negative, under the provisions of 24 VSA 4420 shall create presumption only to the extent that the impacts under the criteria are limited to the municipality issuing the decision.
Really?
Thank you. So just generally, I think A&R has problems with this whole section and how it's going to work, but just specifically number 3A on line 5 of page 45, that takes away the existing presumption that's afforded to stormwater permits issued by DEC in the entire Lake Champlain watershed, effectively, because any stormwater permit is authorizing a discharge into the Lake Champlain watershed. Now that we do have a TMDL, that's a pollution budget that allows for and anticipates those sorts of discharges. So this would say, if you're an Act 250 applicant, you can't rely on your stormwater permit. You need to put in wholly new evidence in Act 250 to demonstrate you meet that criteria. So, if that's your choice, that's fine, but I just want to make sure you understand the implications.
Thank you.
Right, I think this was intended to capture a lot of the discussion on the water quality issue. So it is a strong provision.
Yeah.
So, Madam Chair, are you proposing still that the language that's on page 45 you altered, or are you looking to remove it?
I don't know, I'm looking to understand it first.
Okay.
And then decide. So maybe Billy, play out for us or reiterate what happens. You get a stormwater permit in the Lake Champlain Basin.
So under the current statute and rule, you have the opportunity to use that permit to demonstrate that you've met portions of criterion 1, that you're not polluting the waters, you're not having an undue adverse impact on water quality from a pollution perspective. That's typically what people do in Act 250. They rely on their state stormwater permits to meet that criteria. That can be rebutted currently, but that's usually where people start. What this says is you shall not, there shall be no presumption for a permit issued that allows discharges into an impaired water. So if you get a stormwater permit in the Lake Champlain Basin that is authorizing discharges in impaired water, you cannot have a presumption of compliance with that permit. So you would have to just put on your own evidence in your Act 250 application to meet that criteria.
So essentially kind of another permit.
You'd have to, put on a whole new argument in Act 250 to demonstrate that you met the criteria versus saying, I've obtained these permits, I've met the criteria.
But isn't it the case that you wouldn't have to put it all on? You would display your A&R permit, and it's the presumption that it's changed here. that works unless there's some.
I would defer to the board, but I think you would actually need to put on, both produce and persuade a district commission that you've met the criteria. And you can't just say, I've got a permit. You'd have to provide all the technical information to convince them that you've met the criteria.
If we're talking about line 5 of page 45,
Yeah.
and we're talking about the case of like Champlain, where I'm understanding it would be deemed to be an already impaired pollutant, or excuse me, an already impaired water, then I think what Billy is suggesting is accurate. In that case, there would be no presumption for permit or approval authorizing the discharge of pollutant into a water if the uses of that water are already impaired by the pollutant. So, subject to those caveats, if we're dealing with a water body that's already polluted, then I think it's true there'd be no presumption.
Right, so there's no presumption, and that means then that the applicant needs to, I mean, they could still bring in the permit, it's just how the board needs to look at it.
Sure, and the permit would probably be bolstered by all the evidence that the applicant used in order to achieve that permit at the Agency of Natural Resources. So they'd already have all the relevant evidence and material.
Hopefully.
They would have to refile that, and the commission then would consider what the implications are.
Yeah. Do you want to say something?
No, I think they got it right on. I mean, the only other thing to consider is that the agency technical determination would still be entitled to deference. But I think you see applicants just bundling up everything they submitted to A&R and resubmitting it to the district commissions.
Yeah.
So it creates a scenario where the district commissions look at it with fresh eyes, in a sense. They don't just take the permit and say we're done.
Sounds good. It's impaired waters in particular. Yeah.
Yeah, I just raise it because I know you've had other advisors suggest that they'd like to try to find efficiencies between the various permit programs.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we'll leave that one for now. Thank you for noting that. Thank you. All right, moving on, or substantial deficits. Do we get to do that? We got to do that one because we talked so much about it when it was happening, but that was a while ago.
Page 46. Denial of application. A permit may not be denied solely for the reasons set forth in criteria 5, 6, and 7 of this title. Reasonable conditions and requirements allowable in subsection 6086C of this title may be attached to alleviate the burdens created. However, a permit may be denied under criterion 5 of this title if the permit is for development in an interchange area that is not within an existing settlement.
Remind us what 5, 6, and 7 are.
So 5 is transportation.
It's your quiz.
6 and 7 are on a list in the report.
Good. Oh yeah, in the beginning.
Page 14. 6 is educational services, and 7 is municipal or governmental services. So a permit can be denied solely on impact to transportation, educational services, or municipal services. That's existing.
Yeah, I know. It's sort of, interesting
However, with the recommendation of protecting interstate interchange areas, there's that language added towards the end. Okay. Section 6088, burden of proof. The burden of proof shall be on the applicant with respect to subdivisions 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, A through C, 9, and 10. Except for subdivisions 8A through C, the burden shall be on any party opposing applicant with respect to subdivisions 5 through 8. So this was part of the conversation about the applicant is in control of their land.
What, maybe I'm just not understanding things, but these don't seem to, A and B don't seem to jive here. Why? What am I not understanding?
Yeah, because you're right, they don't need to be added in both places, do they? The 8A through C.
I think perhaps the language is just a little, it's not that clear, but it's 8A, B, and C.
Right, but it doesn't,
But why is it, it's on the applicant, burden is on the applicant, according to small a, on 8A through C, and then it says except for 8A through C, it's on the opposing, so that, but what about 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 9, and 10?
I think it doesn't need to be restated again to be.
Am I missing something?
It's confusing because 8 includes 8A.
Yeah.
So in the first line, it's saying it shifts the burden back on 8A to the applicant. In the second section, it's maintaining the burden shift for 8, but it's being very clear that it doesn't apply to 8A. So since it says 8 later in section B, I think they're saying explicitly this doesn't apply to 8A. It's probably not necessary, but I think that's the goal, is to tease out the difference between 8 and 8A in that section B.
I'm really missing something. It says except for subdivisions 6086A, A, 8A through C, which is the exact same subdivisions we're talking about a line ahead.
Right, because B is the one that shifts the burden back to non-applicants. So it's, yeah.
And 8 itself has specific, so 8A starts with necessary wildlife habitat. 8 itself is scenic and natural beauty, aesthetics, historic sites, or rare and natural areas.
Okay. I'm not understanding this. Does the board's counsel think that this is accurate the way it's done?
I hope we both are getting consistent answers right now. Go ahead. Yeah, I think the way that it's worded right now is important.
Is what?
Yeah, I think it's correct the way it is.
Okay. Because the rest of that sentence shifts the entire burden.
Right. Yeah,
Right.
that's exactly
And this
correct.
A and B would be in conflict with each other.
That's
without
right.
that exception.
There might be a way to make it more clear, though.
Right.
Yeah.
Even though
It might be.
it's accurate right now, it could be made more clear, and I'm happy to.
I do not understand.
I'm happy to take out all the.
I think clarity would be helpful.
I'm happy to take an assignment to try to make this section a little more clear, because it seems that it's been an issue throughout this whole process. So maybe if we take a crack at it over the course of the first few days of next week, we might be able to propose something
So that a person of ordinary intelligence.
Come in.
Extraordinary.
This in the previous discussion. That's what we'd like to know. It's in here. All right.
Okay. So moving on to page 47, there's a small change. The first, at the beginning of this bill, renumbers the start of the chapter. So if you keep that, we'll have to we'll renumber some of the references in here. We skipped over that, we can go back to it. But starting on line 5, in an appeal or of an act or decision described in subsection A of this section, an appellant shall have the burden of proof on the issues raised in his or her appeal. The the applicant, whether or not the appellant, shall have a burden to produce evidence sufficient to inform the division of the nature, elements, context, and impacts of the project to which the appeal relates.
But it wouldn't be the division.
Yeah, that's what
I know. Okay,
I mean,
so,
based on
so,
the other language.
right, so, right, yeah,
It would be the
it
board.
would be the board.
Yeah.
Yes. There's many, I apologize, there are many, many moving parts of this draft, and I did note in the margin that we will need to catch all of the references that will need to be updated. So section 6090, recording duration of permits. The title headings are added for clarity. So recording of a permit and then permits for a specified period. On to page 48. Line 9, change to non-jurisdictional use, release from permit. So this is going to capture the proposal to have a release from permit. So on application signed by each permittee, the district commission may release land subject to a permit under this chapter from the obligations of that permit and the obligation to obtain amendments to the permit on finding of each of the following. The use of the land as of the date of the application is not the same as the use of the land that caused the obligation to obtain a permit under this chapter. The use of the land as of the date of the application does not constitute development or subdivision as defined in section 6002 of this title, and would not require a permit or a permit amendment, but for the fact that the land is already subject to a permit under this chapter. The permittee or permittees are in compliance with the permit and their obligations under this chapter. And the next section should be stricken. Each municipality in which the land is located has adopted permanent zoning, but the commission has decided we don't want to include that, so that we'll strike that. It shall be a condition of each affirmative decision under this subsection that a subsequent proposal of a development or subdivision on the land to which this decision applies shall be subject to this chapter as if the land had never previously received a permit under this chapter. An application for a decision under this subsection shall be made on a form prescribed by the board. The form shall require evidence demonstrating that the application complies with subdivisions 1A through D of the subsection. The application shall be processed in the manner described in section 6084 of this title and may be treated as a minor application under this section. However, in determining whether or not to treat as a minor application under this subsection, the district commission shall apply the criteria of this subsection and not of subsection 6086A of this title. Application, there's a typo there.
What does that last
What does
sentence
that
mean?
The 86A are the criteria of act, or the 10 criteria. So in determining if it's, you use the test described above instead of determining if there's undue impact on the area.
Say, okay, the person applying to list jurisdiction all the way through all 10 criteria in order to get there.
I don't understand how 1A, the use of the land as of the beginning of the application is not the same as the use of the land cause the obligation. Well, we're saying, let me answer the question. So I'm applying to get out of Act 250, and I'm saying we don't even use trigger an update to the permit?
Yes, it would have potentially triggered an amendment.
Right. And therefore, how could they, oh, I see, so
The
you.
development was never built.
No, I think that's the scenario that they get at, is that the development's never built.
Okay. So I'm wondering about being in compliance with the permits. I guess, what about a development that was sold and the use was changed, but they never got the change of use permit? Are they just stuck? You know what I mean? Or does that matter?
Well, I think this attempts to not reward people who are violating their permit.
Okay.
You can't be released from your permit if you just are violating it.
Yeah, I mean, what brought this up? I mean, it's going to, out of the language used, said they were going to make a school. It was going to trigger Act 250. They never made a school. And the land was sitting there with a single house on it, and it's got a 250 permit. They need an amendment to do anything, you know?
Right, okay.
Shutters on it? Yeah, put shutters up.
But their permit says they have a school.
Yes.
So how
But
can
they
they
don't
be,
have a school.
so they're not gonna be in compliance with the permit? That's exactly what I'm saying. So C, they're disqualified because there's no school there.
That's true.
Well, they're not in compliance with the permit. Right?
Yeah, I mean, you identified a potential pickle. I mean, because then what would end up happening is, since the change of use has to be in place at the date that someone is applying to have jurisdiction alleviated, but they have to be in compliance with their permit, the only situation where it wouldn't be the conundrum that you've identified is if the use has changed, but it wouldn't rise to the type of change that would necessitate a permit amendment in the first place. And that's a much narrower field of changes than I think the idea behind what was driving this from folks. Because then you wouldn't have had to make an amendment and you would not be in violation. So it significantly narrows the scope of eligible application.
I think there must be a way to clarify this.
So A, yeah.
Yeah, I think you could tweak A so that the change in land use doesn't have to have occurred at the time of the application. In other words, someone could file an application with proposed land use and say, if we go forward with this proposed land use and we're in compliance with our permit, our existing permit, can we please no longer have that 250 years?
Pretty close, right?
It doesn't say you have to be polite, but we're glad you put that in there. Okay, does that help?
Well, did you solve it?
As long as, well, it'll depend on the district commission, whether they think not building something would not have triggered the need for an amendment. And I think through rule, that the board could probably clarify that.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that we need to parse it here, but this becomes part of, this is under the rulemaking directive to the board.
This specific section, no, but we can include it. We give them rulemaking to enforce, yes.
General rulemaking
Yes,
authority.
to adopt.
Right, and they have to come up with a form, so they're going to have to explain their process. Yeah, I think that as long as the district commission is,
We're all trying to say the same.
yeah, yeah, as long as the district commission is being reasonable.
Well, when I talked to Aaron about this, actually, he found some citation that the ability to get rid of a permit already existed in statute.
Well, there are only a few that have time periods on them, and then a permit can be abandoned, either through not building or delay.
That's it, you can be abandoned by not building, and that's why it.
Well, that might be in compliance with the permit itself. It says you got 15 years to build it. We're still in compliance.
I mean, because I had the same situation in my town that you had, very similar, where a big development was permitted and never built, and then the family wanted to get served the land. And they had to go through a ton of administrative hassle and legal fees to get out of their activity. And then I went to talk to Aaron, and he said, well, that already exists. If you didn't build it, it's, I guess, abandoned.
Yeah, unless they in fact put in the first driveway, or put in the first foundation, or, you know, just, and that, it's triggered, right? Yeah, so.
It happened on the exit for Restoration, was that because of the driveway? Right, and we had to go to get the reservation of the land.
Well, all right. We know this is not clear, so it needs to be clarified. Right.
I'll
Good to go.
look.
Yeah, I mean, it's just.
It hinges on the word, compliance, and that's a matter of the board and ruling. I would suggest doing that. But this will work out. If it doesn't, I may be back.
All right, let's keep going.
Okay.
Last sentence, page 49, line 14, you don't need a however. Just determining whether to treat the application as minor.
And now line 12 just has a C.
It does, yes. Line 18, 6,094 is added. Mitigation of forest blocks and connecting habitat. A district commission may consider a proposal to mitigate through compensation the fragmentation of a forest block or connecting habitat if the applicant demonstrates that it is not feasible to avoid or minimize fragmentation of the block or connector in accordance with the respective requirements of subdivision 6086A8 B or C of this title. A district commission may approve the proposal only if it finds the proposal will meet the requirements of the rules adopted under this section and will preserve a forest block or connecting habitat of similar quality and character to the block or connector affected by the development or subdivision. The board, in consultation with the Secretary of Natural Resources, shall adopt rules governing mitigation under this section. The rule shall state the acreage ratio of forest block or connecting habitat to be preserved in relation to the block or connector affected by the development or subdivision. Compensation measures to be allowed under the rules shall be based on the ratio of land developed pursuant to subdivision 1 of this subsection, and shall include preservation of a forest block or connecting habitat of similar quality and character to the block or connector that the development or subdivision will affect. Deposit of an off-site mitigation fee into the Vermont Housing and Conservation Trust Fund under section 312 of this title. This mitigation fee shall be derived as follows. Determine the number of acres of forest block or connecting habitat, or both, affected by the proposed development or subdivision. Multiply this number of affected acres by the ratio set forth in the rules. multiply the resulting product by price per acre value, which shall be based on the amount that the Commissioner of Forests, Parks, and Recreation determines to be the recent per acre cost to acquire conservation easements for forest blocks and connecting habitats of similar quality and character in the same geographic region as the proposed development or subdivision. The Vermont Housing and Conservation Board shall use such a fee to preserve a forest block or connecting habitat of similar quality and character to the block or connector affected by the development or subdivision.
Does a ratio exist for agricultural lands primarily?
Yes.
What's that ratio?
Different places. It's between 2 and 3. Statute sets out that it should be between 2 and 3, except it's 1 to 1 in certain designated areas and industrial parks that meet certain requirements. And whether it's 2 or 3 or 2.25, 2.5, 2.75 is, I think statute directs the Secretary of the Agency of Agriculture to make a recommendation based on the quality of the soils and other factors. So it's between 2 and 3.
And we figure we can do this with forest land also.
You know, I've testified in the past that this doesn't work to mitigate the impacts on forest blocks and connecting habitat because it's a off-site, distant, pay into a fund, go protect it someplace else approach. If you really want to impact the fragmenting effects of development, you need to create connectivity near those impacts. And this doesn't appear to do that. Right, so if you're building a development...
Right, but the question was, can we come up with a ratio?
Sure, we can come up with ratios, but I think location matters when you're trying to impact, when you're trying to mitigate for fragmentation, and this doesn't...
Well, this goes through a rulemaking process also, right? I mean, it's not a done deal with legislation. That kind of, isn't there, under wetlands mitigation, has to be spent in the same watershed.
Correct.
And so, I mean, we know how to do that also. So.
Yeah, again, the values that forest blocks and connecting habitat provide to wildlife are very location specific. So even if it's within the same watershed, it may not mitigate the impacts of the development at that site. So,
yeah, but
conversation.
The advantage of watershed is that it's a defined area, and you can understand where it is and what it is, what kind of parameter.
When we've done this in the past, you know, when we've done this in the past, we've said, here's a wildlife corridor, there's a development over here. You need to conserve the immediately adjacent remaining area of that corridor so that it still provides that functional connectivity across the landscape. If you do it the next valley over, it's not going to help offset the impacts of the development. But it's a conversation we can have another day. I don't want to bog you guys down.
Yeah, well, it's an important one.
Yeah. I'm sorry for the dive research that you guys are talking
No,
about.
I've sort of been wondering about the same thing, but I think I missed it when we talked through the specifics. The administration is saying, you said currently the way you do it? What does that mean?
So in under Section 248 Public Utility Commission proceedings, we have raised the fragmentation issue in the past, and there have been some projects where we've always discussed mitigating the impacts of fragmentation, and that's where the analysis goes, is how do we maintain that connection point, notwithstanding something's going to be built near or in it.
So the qualifier in the last sentence, same geographic region?
I think it's trying to maintain the functions of the forest block or the connecting habitat.
Yeah, what about saying adjacent or something?
I think that would get closer to what he's looking at. It's not perfect, but then, you know, there's going to be a lot of words to them on this. 51, line 9. mean, I think
That's
that
just
same
for the
geographic
cost.
region sort of reflects concern. We may
Yeah.
not get to addressing it adjacent, certainly brings it right in there.
Right. Amen.
And I don't think that works, because that may not be possible, but at least it would, indicate.
Right, we could add perhaps that language down further in line 13 maybe. When the board shall use such a fee to preserve forest block or connecting habitat of similar quality and character in an adjacent region to the block or connector affected by the development.
Not the region though, I mean,
Okay.
so if you picture a rectangle with lots of moose going through it, and you put a road and a building in the middle, you know, if you do, as Billy says, if you do something in the valley over, you have to help the moose connect to the forest trunks. That's what we're talking about. So really, you want to swell it this way somehow. And so it would be the adjacent lot, but that's.
Right, and it really depends on the site, you know, there's a lot of variables. You know, I think, and not to belabor, but I think that's why I think our proposal on this was simply to add forest blocks and connecting habitat and say that there's no undue adverse impact to them in criteria 8, and then let the regulatory process determine whether the impacts can be mitigated and where, and just not prescribe that. Just add the criteria like there are in Act 250 now. For necessary wildlife habitat, for significant natural areas, rhinos, and let the regulatory process work through the avoidance, minimization, and mitigation process. So that was all baked into our initial proposal.
Is there a proposal right now?
Well, there is, and I was going to endorse it that we modify line 13 and then let this discussion go forward. I have no idea what kind of, mitigations might bubble up through a 40-acre clear-cut permit, so this demands much more in-depth conversation, but putting that language in, it's an overall concern and flags it.
I think
And I know it's going to be talked about. So could you read that again, just so
Sure. The Vermont Housing and Conservation Board shall use such a fee to preserve a forest block or connecting habitat of similar quality and character in the adjacent geographic region to the block or connector affected by the development or subdivision.
and leaving in same geographic region in mind, just reinforces, that in fact our recommendation is, and we're serious about it, that it be related and that it protect that corridor.
Well, I'm not
It's
sure.
not perfect,
The region is not what we're talking
Yeah. Say adjacent to.
Northeast Kingdom is the region next to Chittenden County.
a very fuzzy border.
And it really is case specific, because the scenario you articulated, Senator, it really needs to be near there. If it's a larger forest block, it could be less of a nexus. So,
Right,
yeah.
that's right. So what if we go back to, so we start the board process on the middle of page 50, right? Covering mitigation of the second erosion stage. We got the ratio.
Where did this language come from? 238. It did? That we, no, not as an option.
Yep.
This is how it would pass, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. You had a chance to make it
Well, what about, can we just stick a principle in here, but that like, we're asking them to make rules, so can't we just say, you know, probably something that we're trying to accomplish. Before we dive into the ratios and that's.
Yes.
Well, I'm on it up until we hit this, I mean, having been as prescriptive as we are, again, because it's going to be debated and discussed a lot. So anyhow, I still think the way to put the flag out there is to incorporate the language that Ellen suggested in double I, starting at line 11 through line 13. Leave the paragraph above.
Well, how about we
as
just
is.
say, shall adopt rules governing mitigation in a way that minimizes disruption for habitat. That's sort of what a quarter.
You just want to add something to B on
I just want something to make it clear that we are talking about the actual block of land. That, and the further we get away from that, the weaker we're doing. Right?
Yeah, we could include something about, these rules shall attempt to,
These rules shall.
shall attempt to.
Shall.
No attempt. Well, I think, well, I've already, okay, so, yes, they shall prevent further mitigation of, prevent further fragmentation of the forest or connecting habitat block. Well,
I mean, that's
something,
what I think.
that's something.
Okay, so we have that
That's the goal.
suggestion
Yeah.
under page 51(8), and then we have a suggestion to clarify the word to flag. Page 51, line 11 to 13, I think, and then we need it. Go on.
Line 14 on 51, such other compensation measures as the rules may authorize. The mitigation of impact on a forest block or connecting habitat or goal shall be constructed also to mitigate the impacts under the criteria of subsection 6086A of this title, other than subdivisions 8, B, and C, to land or to resources within the block or connector.
There it is.
All forest blocks and connecting habitat preserved pursuant to this section shall be protected by permanent conservation easements that grant development rights and include conservation restrictions and are conveyed to a qualified holder as defined in section 821 of this title with the ability to monitor and enforce easements in perpetuity. Resource mapping. Section 10 VSA 127 is amended to read, the Secretary of Natural Resources shall complete and maintain resource mapping based on GIS or other technology. The mapping shall identify natural resources throughout the state, including forest blocks that may be relevant to the consideration of energy projects and projects subject to Chapter 151 of this title. Down on line 20, the Secretary shall establish and maintain written procedures that include a process and a science-based criteria for updating resource maps developed under subsection A of this section. Before establishing or revising these procedures, the Secretary shall provide an opportunity for affected parties and the public to submit relevant information and recommendations.
Opportunity not sufficient. Page 53, 1, 2. Provide opportunities for effective partners. Otherwise, we can spend the next hour talking about how many. That's not the intent. Is you take more than one.
Do you want it to be singular or plural? I'm sorry.
Plural.
Okay. Enhanced designation and appeal. BSA section 2793F is added to read. A municipality that has received or applies for designation of a downtown development district, village center, new town center, or growth center under this chapter may also apply for an enhanced designation pursuant to this section in order to allow the municipality, in lieu of the district commissions under Act 51, under 10 VSA Chapter 151, to ensure that land development within the designated area complies with the criteria set forth in 10 VSA 6086A. As used in this section, land development has the same meaning as in section 4303 of this title. A municipality seeking an enhanced designation shall demonstrate that its bylaws ensure that land development in the designated area complies with the criteria set forth in 6086A. Demonstrate that it has the capability to review land development for compliance with those criteria and enforce its decisions. Identify those areas within the municipality that constitute critical resource areas within the meaning of 10 VSA 6002. And satisfy such other requirements as the state board shall adopt by rule. The state board shall adopt rules to implement this section and may grant or conditionally grant an application for enhanced designation if it meets the requirements of this section and the adopted rules. Designations, decisions, appeal. A person aggrieved by a designation decision of the state board under one or more sections of 2793 through 2793F of this title may appeal to the Vermont Environmental Review Board, established under 10 VSA Chapter 151, within 30 days of the decision. If the decision...
We're still talking about the magic districts here, as we were in just not overall.
Yep. You can appeal
the whether or not you see that designation. Okay.
If the decision pertains to a designation of a growth center under section 2793C of this title, the period for filing an appeal shall be told by the filing of a request for reconsideration under that section and shall commence to run in full on the state board's issuance of a decision on that request. The Vermont Environmental Review Board shall conduct a de novo hearing on the decision under appeal and shall proceed in accordance with the contested case requirements of the Vermont Administrative Procedures Act. The Vermont Environmental Review Board shall issue a final decision within 90 days of filing of the appeal. The provisions of 10 VSA 6024 regarding assistance to the Vermont Environmental Review Board from other departments and agencies of the state shall apply to appeals under this section. Regional and municipal planning. Down on line 18, page 55. Upon adoption, the Regional Planning Commission shall submit the plan or amendment to the Natural Resources Board or its successor, established under 10 VSA Chapter 151, which shall approve the plan or amendment if it determines that the plan or amendment is consistent with the goals of Section title. The plan or amendment shall take effect on the issuance of such approval, and the board shall issue its decisions within 30 days after receiving the plan or amendment. Elements of a regional plan. On page 57. A land use element which shall consist of a map and a statement of present or prospective land uses that, line 9, indicates those areas that constitute critical resource areas as defined in 10 VSA 6,000. So this adds the critical resources area to the regional plan. The plan for a municipality. A plan for a municipality shall be consistent with the goals established in section 4302 of this title and compatible with approved plans of other municipalities in the region. And with the regional plan shall include the following. Okay, so next starts the change of structure for appeals. Aaron decided to repeal all of chapter 220 under 10 VSA and rewrite it and make it chapter 219.
What happened to the previous 219?
There was.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you want me to read through the entire creation of the appeal structure?
I think we're nearing the end of our road. What's the pleasure? David
Okay.
does.
So most of it does.
No, we're not.
No.
You were just going to summarize.
Yeah. So a lot of this exists under the current system in which the appeals go to the environmental division of the Superior Court, so it attempts to pull in all of that.
I mean, this has been on the books since 1990 or something, right?
Yeah. So the first change is I have indicated is on page 67. I think specifically line starting on line 5. The board shall apply its independent judgment in findings, facts, and interpreting law.
I'm sorry, what page?
67.
95.
But line, sorry, 7. Sorry. So this appeal section goes on until So then, starting on page 77, so we haven't officially talked about it, but there's a change of the name of the Natural Resources Board to the Vermont Environmental Review Board. We skipped over a few things at the beginning of this draft. So a couple of the other things that are in the first half of the draft include naming the Vermont Act on naming this the Vermont Act on Land Use and Environment value. And this on page 77 gives the power to be able to strike all references to Act 250 and replace it with minimum value.
What's that?
When did we decide to do
I
that?
think that was something here.
So we haven't discussed it in commission at all. It's in this draft, and it also, so you can see, so if you want to discuss that now, we can, it's on page 5 of this bill. Right, so this proposal is to change what is currently, is to bump down everything. So to start with 6001, making it the short title. So this chapter may be cited as the Vermont Act on Land Use and Environment, or value. The purposes of this chapter are to protect and conserve the environment of the state and to support the achievement of the goals of the capability and development plan. And as 24 VSA, section 4302C, this chapter shall be construed broadly to affect these purposes. So one of the recommendations in the report is to directly reference achieving the goals of the capability and development plan. So that's captured here. But it then makes the definition section 6002. And that's
weird.
That was a choice made by my predecessor.
Well, does anyone want to change the name of that?
I don't see any reason why.
It's totally wonky, but everyone is saying.
Yeah, everyone.
Makes sense wonky. One over on it.
We could use some rebranding.
Take that to ACC to market it for us.
Very good.
So we're gonna take that. Do you have any, so how do you, what about B? Any?
I like
B makes sense to me, but you're saying it's clunky and it's 671.
Well,
What if we left definitions in 671 and just put it in?
I mean, that makes it, I'm fine with that.
I mean, how does the statute start now? Just with definitions, with,
yeah.
and then so then there must be a better place to put in, I mean, purpose usually comes at the beginning, I guess, so. Maybe six.
Could be the purpose was put into section, and it was not actually put into regulation.
Right. Well, that seems like a legislative council kind of decision.
We like the purpose, but not the rename.
Okay.
I don't care where it goes, so.
We could probably 6,000 maybe. I'll propose that one, but, so also, so this is section 3 of the bill. Sections 1 and 2 add greenhouse gas emissions and climate change to the capability and development plan, which was, as well as ecosystem protection, which were recommendations from the report. So those are in here. We haven't discussed them yet, but and then we started today's discussion on page 6, so. So the board to Vermont Environmental Review Board.
Verb.
So. Natural Resources Board.
Verbs are action oriented.
No, smart goals.
Pro action.
Let's leave it for now.
Leave it as verb.
It's verb. Yeah. I mean, it has to be something. It's fine.
Well, could it be the natural resources
Just leaving it as a natural resource.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that one I don't, that one if we change, it's not,
I think the only
see,
case,
it's an attempt.
yeah. But the only reason we chase it is just because it will, if it brings back, see, it feels, you know, it is a substantive change.
That's all.
Yes, no, I agree.
Flags that. You can mark that.
So the end, gives legislative council power to, fill in the changes that may have been missed, like references to the board, or the errant, numbers that are, so some change power in case we missed some.
Where's the change power?
This is at the end in section 17.
You guys need change power? I thought you had change power.
Well,
Standard.
so there are a lot of references to the phrase Act 250. Well, we're not going to change Act 250. There's a lot of references to the name Natural Resources Board. So if we're changing the name of the board, I might have missed some in this 80-page document.
I see. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's.
Starts post. Yeah, that, I just never heard of it as being
Oh, and there's also a provision to alphabetize the definitions under 6,000.
I think it's a really good idea.
Okay.
Might be the best change.
Yeah, so any references to chapter 220 that exists, we need to change to 219 to the cross references. And then there's a suggestion to add heading titles to all of the criteria because we didn't address them all in this report. And then section 18 is the rulemaking authority. And clarifying that the rules of the Natural Resources Board shall be deemed the rules of the new board. And the provisions of this act supersede any contrary provisions that exist in the rules. Section 19, as of February 1st, 2020, all appropriations and employee positions of the Natural Resources Board are transferred to the new board. And this allows, and then section 20 allows the environmental division to have jurisdiction over cases it currently has until the transition is complete. And then the last section is the effective date section.
What, I maybe missed it, but it's February 1st is an odd date, but when does the new constituted board, doesn't it take effect January 1st?
So the authority to make a point on line 10 of page 80, the authority to make appointments to the new board shall take effect on passage, and such appointments shall be made on or before December 15th of 2019. So I think the intent is that they maybe need a little while to get settled in their transition to the new appointments.
Right. Yeah, it would also be budget adjustment, probably.
start moving over till February 1st, but the latest they could be appointed is December 15th. So I guess it just, oh, I see, he's saying the whole thing goes into, it says here.
Oh.
See, and then at the top of the page, talking about January 1st.
Yeah.
On top of the first page.
Page 8 is when the appeals start going to the new board, but they don't have any money until February 1st.
You made that change. Zach?
I did make that change. It's possible that my predecessor had a timeline on that.
Well, if we mean it to start on January 1st, then I don't understand why the money would be spent on February 1st.
So make the change unless you discover the reason. So there's some reason that we don't know about right now.
But that January 1 date is for retention before the environmental division. And that in that case, it would be seen through until the end. And I don't think you want to now defund the environmental division at that point. I think you're going to want to give them, and this suggests to me that this language gives them 30 days of funding.
But section 19 on page 79 talks about February 1st appropriations and employees from the NRB go to the new board. See that? 513.
Yeah, right.
Then, so that's the strange February 1. Below that is saying the environmental court is going to still deal with anything new in the middle of it.
Well, filed before January 1, 2020.
Yeah. So anything that's pending,
Right.
that when the change happens, stays with the court.
So it's an apples and oranges conversation at this point. If in fact the Natural Resources Board is out of existence before February 1st, then I have a concern. But I don't know that this language is what would cause that to happen. I'm sorry.
I don't care either.
Yeah, I mean, it is.
This is just saying that the current natural resource appointments and budget would turn into the Vermont Environmental Board budget.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but elsewhere we're saying that things start on January 1st.
Start on January 1st. Any appeal that gets to the environmental court before January 1st stays with the environmental court.
Oh,
That's how I'm reading this.
and otherwise the change happens on February 1st.
A lot of
So if you appeal something on January 10th, you gotta wait till February 1st.
Right.
For anything to happen.
No, it stays.
We'll leave that up on there. So, contemplation is there's gonna be a 30-day window where there's
makes the most.
Why not do that? I don't have the answer. Is there,
Well, there are the issues that Jerry just brought up, and then there's just the practical piece where, at least theoretically, the new board is going to have to be constituted, put together, rules developed in order to accommodate new appeals. So I'd imagine that process taking a bit of time. Something that just, it's not insurmountable, but something that needs to be contemplated in your time frames.
Probably needs more than a month.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. January 1st of 2020 is less than a year away already as it is. So I imagine this process taking some time and some resources.
You can act out the time frame for rulemaking. That's one of the criteria, but it's going to be, it takes a while for rulemaking, just for the process.
all right.
Dan, do you have a suggestion in terms of date?
The timing?
Timing. Greg?
I hazard a guess right now, honestly. I don't want to commit to anything. I mean, it's a pretty big deal. So before I give you any kind of speculative timeframes, I want to think a little bit more about what's being asked of the board.
Something longer than what we have in here.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's fine. This is the draft, right? Okay. But
You're
we should
looking
line
at
it
6 months.
More
Longer than that, right?
Because you have the notice, you have parties come in, sometimes you have investigations, then you start the process with filing Secretary of State, legislature, and then you have more hearings. I mean, it takes a long time, upwards of a year. For rulemaking.
Did the NRB do the A&R permit appeals before? I mean, the environmental board?
I'm sorry?
Did the environmental board do the A&R permit appeals before 2004?
No, Water Resources Board.
And wait.
Water appeals. I think there was an air board that was established, didn't last long.
So
it was sort of a dispersed appeal process for approval.
I think to be reasonable, and it's probably not enough, we should have an overlap of until July 1, 2020. So the new board exists, but doesn't start full function until July 1 or something like that. So that the court keeps, the lights have to stay on, the door has to stay open. And this doesn't really recognize any, and 6 months is probably not accurate, but I think the draft should at least flag that there is a timeline question.
I think we can work with the NRB to figure out a timeline on rules and stuff and get back to you pretty quickly. But the good news is, of course, you have the court remaining via court for other matters, so you can put a provision in that any matter shall go to the court if the new board isn't up and running or whatever, it's been financed or, where the rules have not been promulgated yet. That'll allow the new board to learn what it wants to do, promulgate the rules, do some other things, but we should probably talk.
That's fine.
I just should acknowledge.
Thank you, Ellen.
Yeah,
Okay, productive J. Our report was actually supposed to be due on the 15th of December. So I guess as soon as possible.
Are you the one that pays the fine for us?
No, it's actually outgoing legislators who do that.
That's right. Outgoing legislators.
Yeah.
38 grades.
The Neil Cameron came back and said our numbers were actually pretty darn close for the water.
He wasn't here first.
And so that stays, that control, that doesn't need to be changed. So really, the draft report is pretty darn close. And is this a question about, we're trying to just wrap up and then there'll be public comments, but if you need to.
Take this out with the public comments.
Is that appropriate? Great, okay. So, anyway, we're ready to wrap up. When do you think you'll have it? I mean, definitely, people are clamoring for it. Good.
It has to go through editors too, right?
One more round of edits, okay.
I think we all spotted a few small typos today, so another good read-through wouldn't hurt. Am I waiting on information?
Not very much.
From anybody?
A little bit.
I can see, just so you know, that the chair of the NRB, you may see her.
I'm just curious, if you did decide to change the name of the NRB, was that determined or not?
We were going to leave it in the draft bill.
Okay.
Bird. Yes.
Chair wanted to weigh in on that? Your position on it?
What's that?
Did you want to weigh in on that?
Oh, well, I guess on this particular moment, I would prefer not to change it.
Okay.
Keep the website like it is, right?
All right. Great. Thank you, Emily. And any other comments or thoughts on the report or the draft legislation as we wrap our work here?
So do you see us meeting in session
I feel that we're finished. We voted on it. We made a few minor editorial changes today.
I have voted
You want to vote on it?
and so if I think I might ask for a motion. I don't want to make it, but I would ask for a motion that we approve this version or whatever you prefer.
Did Dick vote on it last time?
Yes, he was here. Yep.
We get into a similar situation, one person's not here, whoever wants to vote on it.
That's my question. Would we be able to add him, assuming his support?
Not without
It's
Sharon.
also-
No.
It's not a do or die request. It's a preference on my part, not as we preference from the commission.
It'd be great to find a way for all of us to vote on it.
Yeah, no, it would, and I just wonder if Representative Dean would be willing, or does it make sense for us to gather, as Senator Pearson mentioned, just Wednesday?
Wednesday before.
Or, no, I mean, there's gonna be a chunk of time, you know. You'll be finished by then, maybe? What's today? Friday?
Well, it's going to work our first week.
And that way we can have, perhaps, I don't know if that's possible for you to come up and.
Well, we're not, we're really talking about names on the report, right? So I wonder if we could do it by email in a way like we do for co-sponsoring, as long as we send it to Ellen, everybody can say yes.
I don't know.
It's above my pay grade, but if it meets the need, I'm happy to.
Yeah, I'm
It's
fine
made
with
one
that if we're.
I'd love to do that.
That way we can see the fun.
I'm fine.
Does that get you?
As long as we
Yeah,
can do that.
no, that's fine.
So, say that one more time. Everyone will.
So when we have the final, we will
Have an electronic
circulate
check
it
some off.
either physically for those of us in the room, and, we'll email David and get all of our names out.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Great. All right.
Do you want to pick a date for me to get it to you by? Like, do you want to try to say next Friday?
Yeah, definitely.
Next Thursday?
As soon as you can get it to us, but it sounds like you're willing to say by next Friday. If you, like, oh, what
Well,
else?
sending the editors 165 pages might.
Hey, Fred.
Great.
Yeah, sure. That's great. Okay, public comments.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Hello?
Come on up. Do you want to come up and tell us?
That's fine.
Thank you very much. I'm Thomas Weiss, and I do have one comment on the draft legislation that wasn't addressed earlier today. And that's on page 19, the bottom of page 19, and it carries over to the top of page 20. And that has to do with traditional personnel assigned to the new board, whatever you're going to be calling it. Now, page 62 of the report that we went over this morning indicates that one of the functions of the board is overseeing the administration and enforcement of Act 250. And you've received testimony on the need for the board to continue involvement in the permits after the permit has been issued. And so my request is that in the listing of the additional staff members, there be a specific, we've got investigators and legal and several other items in that list down at the very bottom of the page. And that you add oversight and monitoring of permit compliance to the type of people that the board is authorized to hire to make it clear that this is an important function of the board. Perhaps a new function of the board that we haven't been working on in terms of ongoing monitoring of compliance. So that is my request to you to add that to the draft legislation. I thank you very much for listening to me.
Yeah, thank you.
Say it again, please, for the language.
The language would be down at the bottom.
Yeah, no,
it's
no,
not
I know what it
words,
is.
but it would be for to provide oversight and monitoring of permit compliance. And what I left out, thank you for asking me to repeat this, would be for large projects, projects where the state is involved. State agencies are basically the outline.
What does that do, you feel?
I submitted written testimony to you about a case I was involved with where we believe that those of us were involved believed that the permit conditions weren't followed through on. And we've been having a hard time since getting traction with the board and the permittee to resolve those issues. So if the board maintains continuing involvement with monitoring permit conditions, then it might have been easier to resolve those issues in a more timely fashion.
That's different than enforcement, which is also not listed here, but.
Right. Enforcement, in my mind, would be the board taking action when something is brought to their attention. What I'm suggesting is a continuing involvement on their own on some of these issues on permit conditions.
Do you guys think that's something to add? Sounds fine to me.
I'm looking to see if any of the commissioners want to weigh in on that, or people in general.
I mean, does the board do enforcement?
Yes.
Yes. They have
So
enforcement
they
staff.
already have the.
They have
So-
a enforcement staff person.
Yes. We have expanded somewhat our capacity because we now have a position called a state coordinator, which I think you asked me about several meetings ago, who has the capacity to be both a floating coordinator, but was formerly the enforcement officer. So it's going to work together with the new enforcement officer to pay more attention. But I want you to know that the board spent a substantial amount of time working with these folks. It wasn't a matter of we didn't observe the violation and they were trying to investigate it. Unfortunately, some of the documents that were created at that time weren't particularly clear, so that also makes enforcement difficult.
To me, they already can do it, but it's fine to spell it.
Yeah, I know what you got time to spell. Who has that?
Better to do it now than wait.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Hey. You don't need to if you don't want to.
Peggy Elderhoff. This hasn't been run through the Vermont Planners Association, but Sharon and I had some discussions on just some edits that would be helpful maybe. On page 13 of the bill, line 18, on the critical resource area, there's been so much effort in all of this to really target and encourage development and ease jurisdiction on existing settlements and designated centers. And river court is the first thing noted there. Most of our historic downtowns and historic village centers have a river running through them, and river corridors are the meander belt. So I guess the jurisdiction, since Irene, DEC has become, really work with in development and infill in downtowns. But here you have an applicant, it's just a confusion. So you have language on the next page under interchange areas, except for land within an existing settlement. And I didn't know if you wanted to add that there just to avoid the thing of some of your very much land in existing villages and downtowns can be in the river corridor.
Right, so, but I don't know that that was under definition. I mean, I guess you're right, it's in there.
Yeah, it's on interchange areas, it is a policy question, but you're trying to encourage people to not have to go through Act 250, develop an infill in downtowns and village centers, and then which would bring them right back under jurisdiction. But then they eventually get to DEC, which would say, it's okay, you don't mind this happening.
Well, we also have another place where we call out that other critical resource areas in downtowns would need to be protected also. I mean, I think, I get your point, and I think there is currently, as you noted, a strategy that DEC uses in urban corridors and downtowns.
I just wanted to call it to your
Yeah, I think that's
because
good.
it could be a confusion for applicants. The next one was page 32, line 16. It's an opportunity here, because I haven't succeeded so far in getting extreme heat events added anywhere. On that line, the effects of climate change, including extreme heat events. Because there's a lot of things that come with climate change, like past drought, but Act 250 has the opportunity really through design of buildings and the landscape and the site to do an awful lot to mitigate extreme heat events. And that is where we're having actual losses of life already in Vermont.
Aren't extreme heat events though an effect of climate change?
They are.
Right.
So you just want to call it out.
You just want to call out that.
I want to call it out so that it hits the eyes of the designers of developments and the reviewers of developments.
So it affects climate change, including or such as
including extreme heat effects.
I would be more comfortable including extreme temperature events, because we don't know 50 years from now that in fact low temperature might not be a major concern. In fact, if El Nino or La Nina or El Nino kick up in the right way, low temperature becomes a real problem. So temperature
Yeah,
extreme.
extended power outages is our most common, which is actually losing lives. that's right now, so.
I'm okay including that.
Yeah,
Temperature.
temperature.
Effects.
Another reasonable
And then the last one, page 32, line 21, under water pollution, there's just this language that's really outdated, that's on line 21, going on to the next page. The availability of streams for disposal of effluents. It's just not something that we do anymore. It seems like there's an opportunity to
get rid of it.
We still discharge into streams.
Well, no, it's the this is current. This is the list of things that a permit that the reviewers will review in granting a permit. And it's language to continue to include in there.
So we could just strike the availability of streams for disposal of effluents.
Yeah, once upon a time it made sense. You could, there's other things you could say. You could replace it with proximity of and impact on streams. Would that be something that they're reviewing? But,
Or appropriateness instead of
yeah.
But we're sort of saying we're done with days where we use streams to dispose of.
Directly, I suppose, but I mean, all of our discharges come into, from treatment plants. Right in, right in the streams. I mean, the Otter Creek would, just wondering what you're talking about. All the towns are dumping into it. I mean, this is a whole
Black River.
Yeah. I think that there's a whole deep committee discussion that's going to happen around this, and that's what I predict.
So we're going to keep it in?
I think for now,
Okay.
because it actually reminds us that it is ridiculous.
Thank you.
Great.
Long day for you. My name is Patricia Gable. I'm Vermont State Court Administrator, and I run the court system on behalf of the Supreme Court under their constitutional responsibilities. We have annual statistics that we publish every year, and we provide to the legislature regarding the performance of all of the court divisions. And I understand from taking a look at the charge for your commission that evaluating the performance of the appeal process is a part of that. And so I wanted to make available to you the excerpt of our annual report regarding the environmental division and its performance. And just to give you a little idea of how we do that, state courts across the country have developed certain measurements to determine what's good performance, what's moderate performance, and what's poor performance. And there are a number of different measures that state courts use, and we apply those to our divisions. And so in the excerpt, we break down the categories of cases that the divisions of the Superior Court decide. We apply a weighted caseload study to those to talk about where the workload is heaviest related to that. We show trends of cases added and disposed, gives you an idea of what's going on around there in terms of the kind of cases that come to the court. One of the most important measurements are the clearance rates. And clearance rates are actually simple. They look at how many cases came into the court in the past fiscal year and how many cases were disposed by the court in the past fiscal year. And so if the clearance rate is 100%, that means that we've disposed of at least as many cases as have come into the courts. And so the clearance rates are in there for all of our divisions. We also show age of pending cases, so you can get an idea of how long cases have been in the court, and also time to disposition. The Supreme Court adopts certain guidelines for time to disposition, and then those are reflected in terms of the charts that we provide. So to give you an example, in the environmental division, as you found, I've shared your own study, there are different kinds of cases that have different levels of complexity. And so it makes it a little more challenging in the environmental division than it would be to look at misdemeanors, for example, that have a lot. But in general, the Supreme Court is looking to have simple cases be decided within 11 months and complex cases to be decided within 13 months. And so we have a general measurement right now that shows that 85% of the cases that come into the environmental division are decided within a 12-month period. And that reflects the 11-month and the 13-month complexities. And it also shows a method of disposition. So we show about half of all cases filed with the environmental division are settled. After that, another, here my glasses up with me, 18% were dismissed or withdrawn, and 30% required a decision in the case. So I understand there, in your report, there's a reference to the number of days, and we don't measure that way, so we can't tell you whether or not that measurement is accurate, but we would like to offer this excerpt to you as part of our annual report.
Include that in the appendix.
Sure.
That'd be great. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Greg?
Yeah, so we were talking earlier about some edits that might need to be made. I'm looking at page 46 of the bill, section 6089 appeals. I don't think that was updated to reflect the newly proposed appeals process and still has appeals of district commissions and coordinators going to the Superior Court Environmental Division.
Yes.
Yeah, so, line 19, well, starting at line 19, carrying over to the next page. So that'll have to be updated for consistency. And then...
there's quite a few that were missed.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then on page 40 of the report, the underlined section towards the bottom, second sentence, energy generation facilities are considered development as understood under Act 250. And in fact, they're not considered development. They're accepted from the definition of development. So we might want to address that as well.
So that captured a discussion that they had regarding that, but for that exception, they would be development as it is understood. So it might not be clear, but the discussion was about, as we understand what development is, these facilities should be development, but for their exception.
Yeah, they have similar impacts as a development that is not exempt.
Correct. I would agree. But as far as the definition is concerned of development, they're considered not to be development.
I know, but
There was
Well, I mean, a simple insert, although exempted or whatever, as needed to say. Or third sentence, just, I think all I want is to reflect where we are, and I think it says that the commission believes that this needs more discussion.
So you're saying energy generation facilities, but what's your specific?
Although exempted. Although not exempted, they're not exempt. They're deferred to section 248 of Title 30.
although reviewed under 248.
Yeah, although reviewed under Title 30, section 248, and then a statement of they do meet the classic definition of development. Definition of development.
Any others?
So what do we need to do?
I remember. Her name. In some cases, it works. Like axos are a perfect example.
Hey, nice to meet you. I think I'm on your
grow crops here or there, provided the soil configuration is similar. If you're trying to provide some optimal function of the landscape, you can't just do it someplace else.
John, take it easy, man.
Hey, John. How you doing? Good. You too.